zoo cow. Oh, you know I need to get some bowl. Get your bowl filled up for you. Oh boy, here's food for you, buddy. There you go. That's important as well. Yeah, I finished doing all my shizzles there. There we go. There we go now. Yeah. Yeah. Put this little go off. How you doing, buddy? How are you little sweet boy, hmm? By the way, guess who got you a bunch of treats? I did. So now you have a bunch of treats there, boy. All sorts of good treats for you. There we go. Having fun with that bone, buddy? It looks like he's having fun with that bone. Straighten off some of the random little things on the side. I'm gonna take notes too. Didn't realize these are way all out made in Cicada and all that shit. Oh, look at you. Look at you. Look at the soup butt. Come here. I know you want this. Man, you suck. Come on. You actually gotta get it. There you go. Come on. Man, you suck. You suck sometimes, bro. Won't even try to wrestle with me with the damn thing. At least not over here. Because you're a damn weirdo. Grab some more of that shit. Man, my grinder is fucking denser than shit. Oof. What the fuck? Come on, let's get this shit all out of here. Yeah. yeah, you know what? I envy, dude. Hi, buddy. Can I help you? You're sniffing to see what this is all about, huh? Look at you. Up. Good boy. Oh, that's such a sweet boy. I like how my group chat on my text messages is all blown the fuck up. It seems like that shit always blows up at like the most inconvenient times. Like whether I'm at work or fucking doing one of these or whatever. Like it's just like, God damn it. Why can't this all be blowing up on time where I'm just chilling? I can partake. Or blows the fuck up when I'm totally asleep. It's like, son of a bitch. Is this shit popping up more? Zuko got awfully quiet after I gave him that little bar. Oh, sweet little thing. Just sweet damn little thing he is. Zuko. What's up, big boy? What's up, my boy? What y'all doing? What you doing, boy? Hmm? What you doing there if you sweet old sweetness, huh? Yeah, baby boy. What's up? Let's see. What's going on in the Portland subreddit? I haven't delved in that in a minute. There's some sharing of the clownage that happened at Ted Wheeler's whole council meeting. That's funny. Let's see. An interesting question about Ted Wheeler. Why does Ted Wheeler poop himself? What the fuck? Portland Congressman Earl Blumenauer leads charge to protect terminally ill patients' freedom to choose therapeutic treatment involving psilocybin. Nice. That's some cool shit. Dope. Expansion of mushrooms is growing far and wide, yeah. I could be down with that. I could totally be down with that. Get this real quick. Wow, Portland police reject federal judge's contempt finding that officers use excessive force at protests. I'm not shocked. APBB stub resistant. I like that. That's the first comment. I love it. It's just like, wow. I mean, hey, if the Portland Police Bureau can just simply reject, you know, a judge's finding on, you know, a case, then you know what, hey, we should be able to too. It's like, hey, we find you guilty. Stop resisting. It's like, no, you. How about fuck you instead? My goodness gracious. I mean, why am I not shocked, honestly? I've always said they're pretty much like state-sanctioned mobsters and mafiosos, which they are, so... Kinda not surprised, all things considered that. Sure that actually. Do this and kind of share this around. That was fun information to check out. There we go. There we go then, y'all. I kind of love how there's like this whole big hoopla about like, oh, you know, they defund police and blah 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 and all this and that, but it's just like, all in all, the reality is that the Portland Police Bureau is actually doing hunky-dory. like officers quit their jobs and shit, but it's because they want to get a goddamn vaccine. And also, when it comes to their budget, it hasn't really changed that much. Like, I think it's actually had a ever so slight decrease, but only I think by like 3 million, not even that much. Like, and I think they get like 200 something $million, you know, every year. So it's like, yeah, I think their budget isn't, you know, being harmed at all. It's just ridiculous. So why crimes your eyes do? Because they want to pretend like they're actually being defunded and actually being like gutted and all this and that, and trying to pretend they're victims, and they're not. What's up, Zukov? What's up, boy? What's up, little boy? What's up, boy? Damn chair. Come here, bud. Zukov, come here. Come here, baby. Oh, you sweet thing. Come here. Come here. Oh, why do you look like you're approaching me like you're done something bad, like I was gonna punish you? You're okay. See, look at you. You're so sweet. Yes, you is. What's up, bad boy? What's up, buddy? Who's looking at something? You're a dork. You know that? Look at you. You're ridiculous. What I did those rods? Smushed in here. Give the last one of this batch so then I can buy some more in the future. Once you finish this off. Come on. Come on. Whoop. Good boy. Now sit. Sit. Good boy. Want to make him go up and then sit down. Well, gotta make him do, you know, some multi tricks every now and then. Gotta make him do a couple things here and there in between. Besides just, you know, one trick pony. Or I guess in this case, a one trick puppy. But your temperature is quiet tonight, isn't it? And quite a little of the evening. It's like, oh. I'm being sad. That's so sad. But, no matter, no matter. We shall just, plot forth and see what's going on. Weed, please. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Ugh. Jeez Louise. There. You know, I actually want to check out fucking the human support. See what's up with that bad boy. I just saw something that's recommended to me, but didn't bother checking out. Oh, I did it here. Wow. What's up, my butt? I'm referring to that thing I was kind of referring about the PPP. Yeah, I saw a little thing earlier on the Portland subreddit of whatchamacallit, of an article saying, like, the Portland Police Bureau basically is just like, no you, essentially, to, like, the judge finding contempt and the Portland Police Bureau's treatment of during the protests of using excessive force. And they're just like, nah. We're just not going to, accept that kind of ruling. We're going to reject it. It's like, what? It's like, shouldn't there be, like, a law or something in place where you can't do that? Wow, damn, yeah. And also, I think there was some shit involved, too, with their little meme, where they have, like, this weird, like, fucking cult-like prayer to, like, there's some sort of holy order or some shit, basically justifying and advocating for violence against protesters and shit. So, yeah, definitely, just a very, very, very humanistic bunch, as we all know. I don't know what it is about today, but I've been finding all sorts of fucking absurdities and shit. It's fucking, like earlier today, or at least the other day and shit. But it was, what was I saying? Hold on. This video shows how easy it would be to sue this resort. Just slip on its steps. Alright. Much now snow overnight, 16 inches snow this week, 21 slips trails, 2 drivers.
Snow overnight, and it's still coming down right now. So far this week, we've received 16 inches of natural snow. Conditions are fantastic.
Oh my god, that person is having a hard time. Oh my god. They would have thought to at least maybe either move the camera or maybe retake the...
Make sure you dress warm and bring your goggles as well.
And maybe some non-slip boots. This person's having the biggest struggle to get... Oh my god.
We now have 21 open slopes and trails, plus 3 terrain parks and 47 features. And don't forget, our snow tubing park is open as well, but that's not it.
Oh no, she does. She trips me before she... Oh my god.
Follow us on Facebook.
Oh man, dude. What the fuck? Conditions are fantastic right now. Oh my god. But I love the straight caps that people take of this shit. Oh my god. I love it. Sweet Amelia Bedelia. Oh man. Yeah, I think we need some non-slip boots for that. I mean, I don't think technically there could be... I suppose maybe. I guess there could be liability or viability for a lawsuit, because it could be like... They might try to come at you like, hey, you know, we can't dictate how, bad the conditions or how, severe the conditions may or may not be. Like, it's like if it ends up being icy and snowy and slippery, I mean, that's why I have the rails there, in order to try to make sure that you at least have something to catch your fall or to help you not slip. And then it could be like, well, actually, bitch, you're supposed to be having some workers out there trying to make sure that shit's good, so it ain't all fucking, slick and shit. Get some hot water, get some, like, that de-icing shit on there or something. Like, come on now. Speaking of mulish creatures working off steam. I've seen this before. I've seen this before. I think I've seen this on stream a couple days back. Horse kicking tree. Yeah, I saw this on stream a few days ago. Just runs off. Just fucking drive by. Safety first, bitch. Exactly. Oh, and the lighter upside down. That's a little difficult. Aw, sweet little thing. Oh, the doggos. At least it wasn't a full-on shark or a full-on shit. I mean, that would have been pretty bad. I mean, I guess silver lining for horses, they mostly eat hay and stuff, so I guess, the byproduct wouldn't be that bad, I guess. All things considering of what it could be in comparison to other animals, of what they release, you know what I'm saying? So it's just like, I mean, on the metrics of nastiness there, it's probably like, it's still, we're in the metric of nasty, so let's get that out of the way, okay? But like, it's not, like, you got like, some, dog, cat, human, like all, just that shit. And then you got like, and then there's like scales and stuff, you know what I mean? Like people swim in the ocean, and the ocean's full of like cum, shit, and all sorts of stuff, like literally. From like all sorts of sea life, especially like whales and shit, because they release like gallons of semen and shit all the time. Like straight up. It just doesn't let certain words through. It does tell you. Really, I could probably make that work. Let's see if I can make that work out. Add a widget. Where should we put this? I guess I'll put it right here. I mean, I guess I just can't tell if it's popped up or not. Is it there? I'm assuming online whales are prodigious producers. They really are. I mean, considering the size, it makes sense. Let's see how I can get this. My goodness. This real quick. Wow, whoa. I can't tell if it's up or not, to be honest. It should be up there. Here, actually, I'm gonna check. Sure, this one actually. Okay, there we go. There we go. Oof. He's doing this weird thing. Hold on. He does this weird thing where he just sticks his booty up. Well, now he lay down, but he does that, and I don't get it. It's so weird. He just sticks his booty straight up, but it's like lean down. It's like, what? That must mean he's very happy and pleased with his treat there. You just so sweet. Are you just sweet little baby? I think you is. I think you is. Alright, Jamal Bowman arrested at U.S. Capitol. Really? Oh shit. During a voter rights protest. Oh damn. Well, shit. Where's the audio jack? Oh, there it is. Oh, well, yeah, he's definitely getting arrested here. Let's see, there's, yeah, there we go.
That was Representative Jamal Bowman.
Ah, Mike, you're so loud in comparison to these videos and shit, bro. I actually kind of like how they're doing their own version of Which Side Are You On. Nice.
And that right there is what true solidarity looks like. That is what leadership looks like. Jamal Bowman and the House of Representatives,
Oh
they
shit,
their
fuck you, bitch.
voting rights legislation. So he doesn't actually have to do this.
Burn
But
you
he's
away.
there because he cares. He's there because he knows the gravity of the situation. He knows how important voting rights is. Imagine if we had a president of the United States who cares that much about voting rights to actually go out of his way to get arrested. And I know what you're thinking. Sure, this is just political theater. It's not actually going to get voting rights codified into law. And Jamal Bowman knows that. But sometimes political theater is an effective tool that lawmakers can use to exert pressure on their colleagues. And Jamal Bowman is doing everything that he possibly can. That's evident to get this done. Now, for more details, we go to Common Dreams. As Andrea Germanos explains, Democratic Congressman Jamal Bowman of New York drew praise Thursday for standing with the people after being arrested outside the U.S. Capitol for taking part in a voting rights protest. Breaking news, tweeted the Sunrise Movement. Fighting for voting rights is an arrestable action. Why is this the length he has to go? The climate group added in a later tweet. Bowman had joined a voting rights nonviolent direct action at the north barricade of the U.S. Capitol building and was arrested by the U.S. Capitol Police, according to a statement from Marcus Frias, communications director for the congressman. The Capitol Police said they made a total of 28 arrests after demonstrators blocked one side of the north barricade just before noon. Bowman's arrest came a day after he joined for several hours a group of hunger strikers outside the Senate as they engaged in an ongoing effort to save our democracy from restrictive voting laws that harm working Americans. So, yeah, Jamal Bowman deserves all the credit in the world for this. This is really important. Imagine if members of the Senate actually held a sit-in at the Capitol to exert pressure on their colleagues, like Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema. I don't know if that would move them, probably not, but at least it would draw attention to this issue.
Honestly, Sinema and Manchin are probably like sitting in their fucking weird yachts and shit, just, you know, sipping champagnes and having, you know, an assortment of, you know, cocaine and hookers of their liking, you know, fucking, you know, give them the best, you know, deals and shit while they look at it and laugh, be like, oh, what a fool. Oh, what a criminal. Oh, absurd.
The American people, that they're fighting and they're doing everything that they possibly can do. Now, certainly the onus is primarily on
Another guy having from no sit-in.
members of his party to go along with this agenda.
I mean, yeah.
It is, but
I mean, considering how the entire fucking, establishment is just fucking, ain't gonna be absolutely, like, on par with any of this shit. I mean, they fundamentally are against, the people when it comes to this type of shit. I mean, at least when it comes to, the lawmakers that do go out of the way to do this type of shit, even if it is political theater at the end of the day, I can at least give them some credit for at least walking the walk, kind of literally, I guess. As much as fucking talking it. So I can at least give them that. And plus, that could just be, extra fucking, points for them, to yell at these other fucking business, elites and shit. But, yeah, it's not going to really fundamentally make a change. I mean, especially in an administration that quotes nothing's going to fundamentally change. Not healthcare for control. Yeah. Because at this point, like, the entire establishment is just basically built, right now to just literally things have to be at a pause as much as possible and have, like, very little change as it stands right now. Which is leaving, basically, to some extent, both parties fractured to their more radicalized ends of their bases and shit. And, at this point, they're going to start reaping the seeds they're going to fucking sow and shit. And we're already seeing that, to especially some extent on the right, but definitely on the left, too. I mean, in 2022, we're definitely going to see kind of a rude awakening from that type of shit. But, I mean, at the end of the day, I don't necessarily blame the people for that. But, I mean, I blame a lot of the fucking influencers and the manipulators and the brainwashers and the fucking, do-nothings that continue this type of paradigm and shit. But, not necessarily the people that get swindled in it, because they're just trying to find a fucking out. Just like a lot of us, unfortunately.
When it comes to the Senate, I think that a lot of Democrats, like John Testa, for example, they kind of agree with Manchin and Sinema, and they just like kind of hiding behind them. They can vote for voting rights knowing that it won't actually get passed because two of their colleagues are holding it up. But I mean, if you really press them on a lot of these issues, they probably wouldn't support it. But I mean, you can't say that for sure, right? This is speculative. But all I know is that right now there are 2 members of the Senate who are blocking this, and every single thing that we can do must be done to exert pressure on them. Now, prior to his arrest, Jamal Bowman tweeted out, "Our democracy is on the line, and the Senate must act and pass voting rights immediately. We're outside the Senate steps, sounding the alarm." Now, he added, "These are the 33 bills passed in 19 states throughout 2021 that restrict voting rights. There was a battle for the ballot box, and we can't watch it from the sidelines. Organizers did their jobs. Now it's time for the Senate to do its job." And he is absolutely correct about that. Now, expectedly, Kyrsten Sinema and Joe Manchin killed voting rights for a second time this month. Nobody is surprised by this, so that's why
That's why, unfortunately, this ain't really gonna change much. Like, honestly, the only way it could if there was, like, a nationwide strike on this type of shit. I mean, just a general strike in overall. I know on May Day that's something that is planned out and something that could eventually, at least make, somewhat of an impact if, organized enough. Which I know there's a Discord group that I'm part of that's, organizing as well. There's like a subreddit that's established just for it specifically. So there's like a lot of different things that are organizing around it. What states from here? I mean, it's just, going to be across the board. It's not necessarily just going to be red states. I mean, of course, they're going to be the ones that have the most amount of power to exert the most amount of restriction on this shit. I mean, it's just going to be across the board. I mean, and honestly, like, when it comes to voting rights restrictions, I mean, this country's not necessarily, like, a stranger to that type of thing, just period. I mean, like, the federal level has done that multiple different times, and especially in the recent history and shit. And then there's, like, different states throughout the course of, the U.S. history has done it, too. Constitutional Convention. Yeah. I know what they're trying to do. Like, I mean, they're, because they want to especially kind of reestablish the whole idea that your vote, is tied into land. Kind of like, the landowner, is tied into, the voting process instead of just one person, one vote. Like, they're literally, are, you know, trying to revert back to that type of format, which, you know, all things considered, you know, landowners aren't necessarily people that rent. They're people that own the places that people rent from. So suddenly, especially when it comes to minority and poor people, so there's a lot of people that aren't able to vote. On top of that, you know, you also have just, you know, average working class folk that, you know, can't necessarily own and afford a home either. And they're taken out of the picture too. So people like, well, I guess not necessarily me, but there are people like me that won't be able to. I own the land that I live on and shit, so I guess I would be still technically allowed, but I wouldn't necessarily be a favored one. They'd probably just throw mine in the trash anyway. They just renewed a bill that allowed men to veto a women's right to choose. Oh my god. With a single Dem voted the bill except for Manchin's Senate. We know they're not really Dems. Because they're just fucking corporate establishment elitists. Like, that's who they are absolutely, you know, bought and owned by, and they are okay flaunting it. I mean, just totally. Like, Manchin tries to be like this, oh, I'm, you know, West Virginia blue-collar, you know, like, miner type or some shit, but the guy literally goes out and, you know, hanging out on Wall Street with his fucking yacht. Being a total fucking traitor to the... not even necessarily a traitor, like, he never was a part of the working class to begin with. But, I mean, you know, just flaunting this idea of being like a parasitical leech to the fucking label of being working class or whatever the fuck, while he fucking tries to crush him and suck him out. Absolute turncoats. I mean, because, honestly, especially when it comes to Democrats, there's always going to be blue dog types that are basically just conservatives, but just happen to be Democrat. You know, just to stir the pot like this. And right now, it's going to be Manchin and Sinema, because they're the biggest ones that are doing this. And pretty much that's scaring everyone else. And when it comes to DNC, because it's like, well, I don't want to be lumped in with them. But to some extent, some of them are thinking, well, I don't necessarily have to, you know, be so open and brazen about, because they're just going to do it anyway. They could take the fucking heat. You know, so, I mean, either way, it's like, it's all part of, you know, just the same fucking end game with the broader paradigm, but, you know, they're the ones that actually are fucking, you know, the big, you know, process halters, but even if they weren't there, I don't think Joe Biden would, you know, be doing too much on getting shit past himself. I mean, at least with things like Build Back Better, yeah, but honestly, at this point, is that even fucking worth it, considering how gutted that's been? Like, if it was at least at 3.5 trill still, I'd still say yeah, but at this point, it's like, what, 1.7 now, or 1.5? It's like barely anything. You and the rich are worried? Because I think even they know that, you know, if they don't at least, you know, have some form of change to a certain degree, you know, that at least appeals to people, even if it doesn't necessarily overtly change anything, then, you know, they're gonna reap the seeds that they're gonna sow. I mean, this is why, you know, like, I'm, at least when it comes to the whole, like, Q Trump phenomena, like, you know, I look at that and I'm not necessarily too overtly shocked, you know, that it's a thing. I mean, because you got, like, you know, an entire system that's just basically been squeezing the worker out, you know, squeezing people out, you know, for so long, and more every year. And, you know, the more desperate people get, the more they're going to try to find it out and, you know, find scapegoats and shit. And then you get these people that tell them nice, sweet little lies and shit, even if they have little grains of truth, you know, sprinkled in a little bit here and there. And that's how I get people like Jones and, you know, fucking, you know, like the Trumps and, you know, the Palins and the Taylor Greens and all these other motherfuckers. Shapiros, the Rubins, etc. So it's not looking good for them. I mean, it's not even necessarily about taxing them. It's about at least, you know, offering some sort of crumbs, you know, to the poor so they can still find a way to get rich off of it. Because they're going to still care about their profits and the maximization of their wealth and capital, but at the end of the day, they know that, you know, if they don't at least, you know, recycle that a little bit in some ways, shape, or form, that it ain't going to be good. Essentially, I'm saying that they'll do whatever they can in the sense that it's going to be the most barest minimal possible. Paying next to nothing in taxes. It's outright theft. It is. And that's why I don't think billionaires should fucking exist. And honestly, if I had my way, to like, I mean, there wouldn't be a fucking conversation with them. I just, you know, just seize the assets and just, you know, freeze their fucking accounts right then and there. Just won't even think about it. As soon as they start calling me, I'm be like, oh, hi, yeah, you know, oh, yeah, what was that? Oh, why? Oh, fuck you, that's why. Just hang up on them. Like, there wouldn't even be a talk with the motherfuckers. Like, I mean, it'd just be just quick and easy, simple. It wouldn't even be a second thought in me. But, I mean, at least when you considering their mindset, of course they're going to want to continue to be billionaires. That much money. Well, I'm thinking if I was like president or some shit, and that would just be redistributed amongst the people at that point. Put that immediately into different programs, infrastructure, works, all that type of shit. But I guess you're meaning more about just, you know, billionaires in general. And that's kind of the point. Because, like, even $1 billion can go, let's say, you know, for, like, a town like mine, $1 billion could go such a long fucking way. Like, $1 billion for just, not even Portland, just, like, this small area of the broader Portland metro area, that can go a long way for at least, like, you know, 15 years maybe, if, you know, budgeted right. You know, so it's just like, fuck. I mean, there is ways, you know, there's definitely ways to where, like, you know, this is that type of, you know, just 1 billion can go such a long way. I mean, honestly, like, I couldn't even think about, you know, what $1 billion can do for, you know, my little town, honestly. It'd probably be like, you know, day and night fucking difference, honestly. Like, so much of different infrastructure reworked, you know, parks uplifted and reconstructed and reestablished, you know, infrastructure just abroad. Can you imagine what $1 billion in cash would do for the poor in a single state? That could be 100K for 1 million people. Yeah. And thinking about how many millions of different people could be just in Oregon alone. I mean, and then you think about just how many millions of people are in just one city like LA or New York and shit. You know, because Portland has like, what, like a couple mil? But, I mean, what, like, probably more. Last time I saw was like 1 point something, but I'm sure it's way more than that now. Probably like, what, like 2 plus something? I mean, not that it matters too much, I guess, but either way, I mean, it just shows, like, how fucking broken the system is, and honestly, it really shows truly, like, you know, who really, for Oregon, just Portland, population of Portland specifically, but, I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't really necessarily matter too much. But, you know, because like I was saying, like, it really just shows, like, I mean, when you have, like, you know, so few billionaires and, you know, in our tax system, so much of our general, like, economic system, so much of it's just really just strangely so bent, you know, and so in favor of, you know, their, you know, specific type of, you know, interests and shit. I mean, because at the end of the day, they're the ones who own it. And all that money gets invested into both parties, into the entire political and economic spheres. I mean, everything. I mean, so truly, they're the kind of the core root of all these fucking problems. Not just billionaires, of course, but I'd say our military also is partially in control of, you know, our government too. Like a weird, like, corporate oligarchical military junta hybrid state, like, or some shit. It's like, ugh. 2.5 million Vancouver PDX Hillsborough Metro. Oh, so, and that just general area? Oh, so there's only a little over 500,000 in Portland alone? I honestly thought there was more than that. I thought there were... Okay. Oh. I know. Portland's not as big as I thought. $4.2 billion in Oregon overall. Ah. Yeah, just Portland proper is not much. Must live in Beaverton, Hillsborough, Gresham, Milwaukee, Lake-O. You spell Milwaukee wrong. Lake-O, Tigard, etc., etc. We ain't Wisconsin. What? We ain't Wisconsin now, boy. What you talking about? Let's see what some of these comments say, actually. Yeah, go away. Right here. Shit. Yeah, you did. The fact that Bowman was arrested before Trump engaged tells you everything you know about our injustice system. Remember, Jamal, yeah, crazy aside, who's going to run and who's going to be in cabinet? Oh my god, what? Wait, who's the Marianne? Oh, like, what, Williamson? Sin enema? Sin enema? Is that supposed to be like sin and then enema? Like a combination of two words? Two words. Like, it's a sin to have an enema cinema. Or something? I don't know. Okay, whatever. Why arrest a quiet, calm, peaceful protester? Because he's actually a violent Antifa thug, that's why. Because it's America. I think my answer pretty much was also a good summary of that as well. Yeah, what else has got? Is it just, you know, something? The same one's own place. I think I've heard about this, where he basically wants his own like militia force or some shit. Where he wants his like his own little personal brown shirts in Florida. Like, why? Oh my god. What the hell? What the hell? I'm pretty sure I've heard about this. Isn't that kind of old news, actually? I think I heard about that, like, a while back, actually, where he was wanting this. Where it's just like, yeah, I want my own, it's like, I think he wanted to be like some volunteer corps or some shit. Where you just like want a random yokel chucklefox to just like volunteer and basically be like, hey, yeah, I'm totally a cop now. Oh, no, there's an update to it, to monitor elections. Oh, so there's actually an update to it. So I was right, he actually does, you know, got that thing. Okay, so yeah, that's an official But now he wants them to fucking monitor, quote unquote, like, okay, I remember back in, like, the 1800s and early 1900s, there would be times where, like, fucking mobsters and, you know, and other criminal organizations will literally have, like, hired thugs, you know, be at certain ballots to ensure that certain people voted, you know, or, like, people voted a certain way, or, you know, like, purposely threw out certain like, this shit fucking, like, honestly was, like, back in the day. Like, you know, and now that, like, they're trying to bring it back. Oh my god, I
had a debate with myself about who I believe is actually more nefarious with respect to GOP leaders. Is it Donald Trump, who is propagating this big lie that is harming democracy, or is it someone like Ron DeSantis, who is more politically savvy and can probably...
Honestly, he's a lot more of, you know, somebody I had to be kind of fearful of in comparison to Trump at this point. But that's just me.
At things that Trump wanted to...
Because honestly, even Trump is listening to some of his base a little bit, because he's all about, like, the vaccines, yeah, the booster, you should just say you get it, then get it. Yo, you got your freedoms, though, you got your freedoms. But he's not necessarily winning his base with that, you know, so, but DeSantis, though, they kind of like him still.
I mean, the biggest fear that I've had is a competent fascist coming along. I think that in many ways we dodged a bullet as a country, you know, despite the damage that Trump caused, because Trump himself just wasn't able to pull off what he wanted to. But someone like Ron DeSantis, I think he could do real damage. And today, I'm sure of it, that now Ron DeSantis is absolutely, unquestionably more dangerous than Donald Trump. And this story really solidified this view in my mind. So as the Washington Post, Lori Rosa and Beth Reinhardt explained, a plan by Florida Governor Ron DeSantis would establish a police force to oversee state elections, the first of its kind in the nation. And while his fellow Republicans reacted tepidly, voting rights advocates fear that it will become law and be used to intimidate voters. The proposed Office of Election Crimes and Security would be part of the Department of State, which answers to the governor. DeSantis is asking the GOP-controlled legislature to allocate nearly $6 million to hire 52 people to investigate, detect, apprehend, and arrest anyone for an alleged violation of election laws. They would be stationed at unspecified field offices throughout the state and act on tips from government officials or any other person. DeSantis highlighted his plan as legislators opened their annual 60-day session last week. Voting rights experts say that no state has such an agency, one dedicated to patrolling elections and empowered to arrest suspected violators. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton announced the formation of a 2021 Texas Election Integrity Unit in October, but that office is more limited in scope, has fewer than 10 employees, and isn't under the governor's authority. So what could go wrong? I mean, I'm sure that there's no way that this could possibly be abused. Nope. Look, let me be very clear.
Totally not.
Voter fraud is not an issue. To the extent that voter fraud is found, it is statistically insignificant. It doesn't happen frequently enough to actually change elections. And when we do find...
Like, honestly, I think there's only, like, literally less than 100 every election, give or take. And that's give or take. But, like, there's hardly really ever anything when it comes to this type of issue. I mean, honestly, if anything, especially, you know, this last election, there was more cases of election fraud from more, like, Trumpy types versus fucking, you know, Biden's weird, like, 8 billion quadrillion votes that just, like, migrated from, like, Nicaragua or Honduras or some fuck. Like, I mean, they're just, like, I don't know, like, I mean, there wasn't really any of that going on, so I was like, well, I don't know what the fuck you want from me, you know?
More often than not, it seems like it's the Republicans who are committing it. So this is them trying to create a solution for a problem that doesn't exist, and it's a thinly veiled attempt to consolidate this power. This is encroaching fascism. Fascists are authoritarian, and they find ways constantly to increase the power that they have, and this is what Ron DeSantis is doing. He's much more covert and insidious in the ways that he tries to undermine democracy, at least in his state of Florida. But while he does things like this, in true fascist fashion, he'll claim that Florida is actually the freest state in the country. But that's part of fascism. You flip reality on its head, you lie, you frame your opponents as both weak and strong at the same time.
Yeah. Like, fascism is basically just like an ideology of hypocrisy. Like, your enemies are both weak and strong, you're very hyper-authoritarian, but yet you're also one of the freest states that has ever existed. You know, you're basically, one thing, but you're also the other thing because, yeah. Just, because why not? And it's just such a very, like, really irrational fucking idea philosophy, but that doesn't necessarily mean smart people, can't, be succumbed to such shit. Like, honestly, like, I mean, not to, put Godwin's law. Oh, Godwin! But, like, I mean, when you look at the Third Reich and shit, like, I mean, despite, Hitler and his more deranged insanities, like, a lot of the people that kind of made Nazism really what it wasn't necessarily just Hitler. It was really a lot of the other people that were around him, like Himmler, Goebbels, Hess, all these other all these different figures, from Roosevelt, Goering. There was a few other folks and shit, and there was a couple that were very specific in, talking about and kind of establishing this kind of like Aryan mysticism and German mysticism idea, which is at least for the Third Reich, was a very core adamant idea about German ideology, or at least Nazi ideology at the time. And there was also like this very strong perception that like like where's the Jews, or basically these very smart, conniving, very like malevolent, mischievous people, but at the same time they were just very dumb, brute, and just like animalistic and all this other shit. I mean, it's the same type of stuff, really. I mean, extrapolated out. It's just, I mean, fundamentally, because it's, one of the major core tenets of fascism is just, I mean, not only this very strong sense of religiosity and spirituality tied into it, especially to the nation, but, I mean, getting to it, with the nation, it's just hyper-ultra-nationalism with a very strong sense of authoritarianism. But for the people that are loyal to that system, then, oh, yeah, it's the most freest state, because, of course, you're going to be treated with, special treatment. You're loyal to the state, of course. Or at least, dictated, as, one of the good ones by the state, so you're fine. But, if you're not one of those, then suddenly it's not so free, ain't it?
Fascism in the United States. And it's not very explicit at this point, but that is rapidly changing. We're seeing the GOP devolve from proto-fascists to outright violent fascists, to where a significant portion of the GOP...
This is part of the reason why two-party systems, a broken one, actually. Like, because also, even after World War II and shit, there was different parties that have existed, including, like, I don't think it was literally called it, but I think, but it was pretty much the American Nazi Party, where these parties have existed. And I think at the Madison Square Garden, there's straight up like pictures and videos where there's like open, blatant, massive crowds where they have like George Washington, fucking American flags with swastikas emboldened into them, the fascistic symbol of the or the fascismo with the axe with the bundle sticks in the center of it. Where, there, back in the day, there was these mass fat crowds of people that would just be blatantly opening, flying, swastika flags, fucking, American flags with them, Americanized style type of shit. But it pretty much isolated them all into, one specific, like, element where it was very easy to, see who these type of people fucking were. But when you blend them into this whole big party fucking, like, everyone's, kind of lumped, even to the more moderate conservatives are lumped into the same type of, motherfuckers that are this and shit. I mean, eventually they're all going to kind of start blending together. If anything, some of those Mars might join in with those motherfuckers. And usually they do. Because they agree with them more often than they agree with the liberals or the lefties. Such a thing. Well, maybe right now. But just saying that, like, there's too much power in it doesn't mean that that can't, be challenged, because, I mean, it is. I mean, honestly, it always has been, to a certain degree. But it has, successfully been challenged in the past before, so why can't it now? Just because too much power, it's like the times that it got changed back then, also, those, two prior parties had a lot of fucking power, too. That's key. I mean, with, like, when the country was first founded, there wasn't Republican or Democratic parties. I mean, the Republican Party wasn't a thing until Lincoln and shit anyway. But there was essentially the Federalists and Anti-Federalists. And then, eventually over time, there was different parties like the Bullwigs and et cetera that, have formulated and shifted the mass paradigm that was with the usual, like, mainly a two-party duopoly type system. At least initially at start, it was feds and the anti-feds, basically. People who were more like states' rights types and the ones who weren't so much like that. Hence, the two names. And then, I don't know all the very specific party names in between, but, in between all that, there was various, different parties that, have amassed, different power. I mean, at one point, I think with Teddy, I mean, there was the Bullwig Party, where he was or the Bull Moose Party, where he was one of the bigger heads of that, which kind of added a little rumble to the Republican Democratic primary duopoly and paradigm at that time. Independence. Well, I just mentioned the Bull Moose. I mean, we're talking historically. Like, to say that, like, it's, where there, and that's at least the biggest example, because, I mean, Teddy Roosevelt was, part of that. Which also helped with the popularity, but I don't think, they gained popularity and shit, just because of him, but... It's like 10 seconds since annoying, lol. Well, plus, I might be reading it a little late, too, because I'm down here loading a bowl. Like, I mean, I'm doing the more chef prestige altissimo, loading of a bowl here, right? So I'm also looking down while I'm kind of raising off. When I look up, I see it, then I say it. So, there could be that, too. Well, I do have it up, so I suppose that, yeah, I mean, you can tell, but whatever. Test. I was looking at it directly when I saw that, so I guess that will let us know what the delay was. Yeah, 14 seconds. Really? Jesus. Damn, son. What the hell? Sad face. Yeah, that does add a little bit of a mild frustration, but, I mean... It is what it is, you gotta do what you gotta do with it. But, I mean, but like I'm saying, and also there was the Progressive Party as well, because, I mean, during the Progressive era, on top of, like the early 1900s, because I remember hearing from, not hearing, but looking up about, like, Oregon history, actually, about some different people. I forget if they're like Congress people or like governors or whatever the fuck. But I noticed that a lot of them happen to be like, progressives, like as in the Progressive Party. And I looked up and they actually had like a major height, around also during the Progressive era. And a lot of it was, as you could probably imagine, progressive ideas like labor rights, progressive social issues, women's suffrage, etc., the whole nine. So... I mean, while that party might not have necessarily gained enough, like, power in its sense of, like, being, like, having presidential candidates, swinging themselves out there and shit like that, they also were able to at least garner, enough of influence in Congress and potentially even Senate. I actually, to be fair, don't know too much about, like, their height, at least, but I imagine they probably had a couple Senate seats, too. And then there's Eugene Debs. Because he got, like, I think, at one point, one of his presidential runs, he got like 11% of the vote. So, I mean, you know, I forgot what party. I think he ran for the Socialist Party of America, if I remember correctly. But I mean, while they never gained like enough, you know, attraction in the sense of, you know, having like long-term influence in a sense, I mean, they had, you know, enough of an influence to at least rock the boat, so to speak, and show that, you know, it's not necessarily a paradigm that's just almighty powerful, you know, and shit, because, you know, it shows that, hey, you know, we can fracture and shit. I mean, unfortunately, as, you know, kind of more closer to contemporary times you get, you know, the less and less, you know, this influence has on, you know, the whole paradigm itself. Which shows the importance of challenging it so fucking much. Show that we're not going to take it. We're not gonna take it. We're not gonna take it anymore. Is that Thin Lizzy or is that Kiss? It's one of the two bands. Pretty sure it's Kiss. But it could be Thin Lizzy. God, I hate that song. I do too. But I get why the kids today like it. I just said I hate it too! Twisted Sister, D. Snyder. Yeah, okay, Twisted Sister. I figured it was one of those two bands. Because those two bands are... I don't know which one's trying to rip off the other. Like, I feel like... Which one came first? The Twisted Sister, did they start first, or was it, Kiss that started first? Because whoever started first, the other one's copying them. Because they just... I really do get them mixed up sometimes, I'm not gonna lie. Kiss started first, Twisted Sister's copying Kiss. There you go. I mean, I really get them mixed up sometimes. I really do. They basically define 70s era rock. Glam rock, specifically. Let's be a little specific here. Because there's a lot of different rock that I can think of that was during the 70s that ain't necessarily Kiss and Twisted Sister. Got the Who, Led Zepp. Got the Zepp. Rush was during the 70s, right? Yeah. I mean, you know, so CCR. I mean, come on now. They didn't, like, they weren't, well, CCR was 60s at least, more specifically, but still. And who was around during the 60s and 70s? So, yeah, it's, Is a youngster flexing here a little? Need my hat, Twisted Sister formed 1972. Oh shit, Twisted Sister started first? Oh shit. Well, Kiss is copying Twisted Sister then. No wonder Kiss is so egotistical. What are you doing, baby? What are you doing, baby? What are you doing? Look at you. Look at that little tail. Look at that little tail go. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Kiss started in 1973. Oh my god. But their only real hit came out in 1984. So they, oh my god, they must have, oh, so they probably were like some garage band style fucking like Twisted Sister clone. And then they, you know, had, you know, where they were making their own songs, and then they actually like made a hit where it's like, hey, this actually sounds good. Oh, dude. Oh, man, dude. I honestly kind of want to see how deep this theory, you know, could be enforced potentially. If one of their major hits, you know, or at least one of the first hits came out in '84, started a year after Twisted Sister, when did Twisted Sister get their first hit? Not Kiss. Oh shit! So Twisted Sister got their first hit in 1984, banging out hits all through the '70s. Oh shit! Okay. All right. So that actually makes my theory a little less, you know, true then. Fuck. Damn. I was thinking my theory could have been, you know, probably on par, but nah. Damn, son. Dumb. Well, back to the drawing board. Thank you, science. Dummy wonders this round. Probably most famous rock and roll night. Oh, of course. Gotta rock and roll all night and party every day. I gotta rock and roll all night and gotta party every day. Oh my god, he's getting all excited. Zukov knows it's a bop because he's getting excited. Look at you. Look at you. You're getting all excited. You're so crazy. You're just a crazy boy. The fuck was that?
Okay, he's putting up the camera over there.
Zukov.
So he's going to go to the party.
Zukov. Where you going? What'd you do? What you doing? Oh, look at you. You're so cute. Oh. Same year Ozzy's Bark at the Moon came out. Good year. Dude, 1983 was a pretty good year when it came to music. I mean, honestly, like the 60s through the 80s. Honestly, the 90s too. Like those 40, like those like 60s, 70s, 80s, yeah, like 90s, yeah, those 40 years of like, just era of eras was just a really great time for music. I mean, as it stands now, it's, pretty much like a peak when it comes to music, but, like, I mean, I don't necessarily think that's going to be the only peak. Like, I'm sure we'll see another peak in music and art, in that medium. I think that'll happen in our lifetimes, or at least mine. But your dad remembers Kiss. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure you remember Kiss. Obviously. Yeah, he's looking at me like it's a stupid question, Mornax. Like, yeah, of course.
Saw this guy the other day at the dollar.
Yeah.
And they had T-shirts back then that said Kiss. And then it'd have the four.
Yeah, the four members.
Band members.
Yeah.
It's like a big square divided into
four
little squares.
The quadrants.
The band members. This guy had a T-shirt that said Hiss. And then it had the band members, only there were cats.
Oh, that's so cool. I wonder if he remembers if Twisted Sister had any hits in the 70s. Was there a Twisted Sister song that was specifically from the 70s that you remember? Was there any Twisted Sister songs or hits or albums specifically from the 70s that you remember?
Yeah. Well, there's Kiss.
Well, I mean Twisted Sister, like any hits from the 70s, because they had their first major hit in the 84, but they started in 72 and they didn't really get big until like early 80s.
You got Fight for Your Right to Party, which is a remake, but that was a real big hit for them.
Well, I think that was probably in the 80s though, wasn't it?
Late 70s, early 80s, somewhere right around there.
Jamie, pull that up. Even though you're not Jamie.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Yeah. Can you see something over about freezing along?
Sukov. Hey, you. Hey. Give me that. Oh my god, fine, I'll grab it. You're psycho. Look at you. Well, that worked out. Well, he got it. He got it. That little bastard.
I don't know what it is, but it dropped 3 times for 10 minutes each.
Huh.
From like 41 to like 39. The lowest it got was 38. And I'm not dead.
Huh. Well, that's odd.
It's very odd.
Should that, like, be a potential, like, you know, checkup thing, or?
Dying? Probably, I don't know.
Well, no, I don't think the whole
I
problem.
don't have the time. And I don't have a primary care doctor. Oh, I think I might be dying.
Well, probably not.
I think I might be dying.
No.
What?
Because my heart rate dropped 3 times below 40 beats per minute.
That's not him dying. That's fake news.
Huh?
That's fake news.
Oh shit, I can show you. I have the fucking
Well,
readout on
no,
my
I
phone.
know that part,
No,
but...
I don't know. My heartbeats dropped from 40 to 39 to 38 for 10 minutes at a time.
Should be about twice that.
I have a really good heart rate. I mean, my heart rate's usually between 40 and 50. And everybody's like, oh no, it's supposed to be 50 and 105. I'm like, yeah, unless you're a freaking athlete.
I mean, mine's probably, like, more like
If you're like
80
asleep,
something.
that would probably not be too abnormal.
I mean, if you're just, like,
79?
or resting or whatever the fuck, I mean, I don't know.
No, that's like passing out. But I read the symptoms, and the symptoms are shortness of breath, tired, dizziness, fainting, and I'm like, I have none of that shit right now. And I'm always tired, you know that.
Yeah. Huh.
So I get checked this race. Heart rate is 1. Well, usually too fast. It's like above that. But yeah, if you have one of those watches, it might be kind of.
That's my heart rate.
Mine's usually higher because I'm high as fuck. Same here. Asymptomatic COVID.
It's going up.
Yeah. And people that have a heart rate in between that, like how you normally do.
I mean, isn't it decreased heart rate
or
like a
usually,
COVID symptom?
athletes.
Or
My
a
girlfriend's is like 100
sign?
and something. Mine's below 100 all the time. Unless I'm walking. If I'm walking, then it tops.
Yeah, it can't be a couple hundred.
I think last time we checked hers, it was like 112.
Yeah, that's kind of high.
But she's a little bit shorter than me and heavier set, so I'm $150, and my heart rate's usually between 60 and
Get
50.
with the.
Ew, I don't know. I'm gonna
I
wait.
have a watch that tells me.
I'm gonna wait for a 1 minute
But no,
mark, and I'm gonna
literally,
check mine. Make me want to check my heart rate. Jesus Christ. I'm waiting. No, hold on. I'll just like wait for it. No,
No,
I can
this
look
will
at. I will. Yeah.
I will kick you in the dick.
Fuck you.
This literally works. You can literally put it on.
Hold on. I'm waiting for it to reach the like Okay, and
This is easier.
1, 2.
Yeah, there's a big old bulging bag that I could count.
I have them in my arms and I have them in my legs.
Yeah, this big one, you actually see your heartbeat. So I could sit there and just look and count my heart rate from that big movie right there.
I have muscle spasms this one.
And then I have these in the back of my hands to drive me nuts. It's, yeah, that one. If I move my finger, the vein slides over the top of my bone or tendon or wherever it is right there. Feels like something crawling inside of you.
$76 BPM.
Check. See,
Oh my god, you tit fuck.
Oh, shut up.
You did that.
Yeah, I did it last night too.
Yeah, you need to redress your fucking shit.
Usually in my fucking line of fucking warrant. 0509.
God. Oh, look
You
at
know, you know people like cracking my head.
Stop! Motherfucker. Quit touching things.
I'm not touching shit!
Bullshit!
Fuck you! Oh. $92? Well, okay.
That's an accurate reading.
Huh?
That's an accurate reading.
What, so is my, like, you know, sitting right here just not, is that not accurate?
Yeah, because there's a finger pulse in your finger.
Yeah, I can watch
There's literally a beat in your finger.
Yeah, because I could do it right here, too, if I wanted.
I don't even have to do that. I can look at this vein and count.
Oh my fucking god. We're all checking our BPMs out here.
Mine's the lowest so far.
Yeah, I think it is. 100.
Well,
If you're above 100, you don't get to donate.
Well...
And if you're bandaged and you have a swollen finger, you don't either.
So, yeah. Just on my sweet mother, Jesus. Count your beats, 10 seconds, and multiply it by 6. Simple as, bruv. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
So you do that before you go into donate. I'll sit down and count
12 times 6.
Bad boy right there. And it's like, okay.
80 something?
80 something? Let's see. Alright, so 612. Okay.
612 is what?
Well, 72.
Yeah.
See, that was like my initial count. So that's, I think that, like, might be some fault right in there. Might be some fake news being perpetrated there, Marty. Might be a bunch of fake news, I was telling you.
Somebody hacked your heart rate.
Yeah, like, yeah, I'm not, yeah, it says I'm 92, but, like, both times it was around 70. I think the first time was 76, and that was 72, and just, you know.
Oh, jeez. Ah.
I mean, I don't know.
You're like a cross, the canine version of a cross between bandit and...
Sukov, you big butt. You're literally in the way of it. Oh my god, you can't even more in the way! You baby. Come here, you silly. Oh. You fucking butt. Look at you.
Yeah, he does. What?
Oh, look
Go
at
get
you. Come here, Sukov. Come here, you silly boy. Look at you, you silly boy. Oh, you silly boy. You're so silly. Yes, you is. Oh, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Look at you. Oh, oh. Fluff. Fluff. Oh my god, you're getting thick. All this fur is so thick. So much thick. So much thickness. Oh my goodness. So much thick. Oh. Look at your baby. Look at that. Who's baby? Who's baby? 6 times 10 plus 6 times 12. 60 plus 12, 72. Fast math in your head might. I'm not a mathematician. Do you think my brain works in math ways? It's like God. My brain works in mysterious ways. I don't do math. That's one way to fucking describe it. Does not compute. Exactly. Exactly. Zuka, what are you doing? So silly. Silly. Oh my god, someone made a compilation of Graham's fit checks for season 3. That's awesome. Do you know any points on your body where a vein or artery comes close to the surface where you can easily detect your beat? From what I've been told, it's always like either here or here. Specifically on this side right here. And over here, specifically right here. And then right here, you can on your wrist a little bit. Kind of like right in the center of it a little bit if you kind of press down lightly. Holy crap, really cool. You didn't know that? Yeah. Yeah, that's a thing. That is indeed a thing that could be done. Holy fuck, Hassan's already on season 6 of MasterChef? Oh my fucking god. Man, I need to catch up. I'm not even, like, really all that deep into season 5 yet. I've only seen, like, the first episode or two. Actually, now I think about it, I think I've only seen the first 2 episodes. One goes over a tendon right under my thumb and index finger, bones diverge. You don't see the skin move. Oh yeah, like kind of like right in around in here. That's probably, yeah. You might be able to get a little spot right there too. Honestly, Take online. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm gonna have to catch up. I'm fucking far behind. My goodness. They need to have a chef show where they can only cook with dumpster food. I mean, isn't being sponsored by Walmart like every fucking like episode basically that? Like honestly, if you watch MasterChef, like seriously, like you'll notice that like every other episode's like, now we're gonna have USDA approved Walmart steaks or some shit. It's like and unfortunately, it's Graham that's always doing those speeches. It's like, Graham, my boy. We know you hate making those damn fucking speeches. That's why they make you do it. Third World Fusion. I mean, honestly, I'm actually would probably be, you know, good at doing something like that. Like, honestly, if you gave me random, like, quote-unquote dumpster food that would just basically be random shit, I could probably whip it up into a dish. I do that sometimes. Like, I'll take stuff that I bring home from work and just whip it up into different things. Straight up, I'll do that. Like, I'll take, like, some, you know, random pasta that, I got from the store, whip that up, get some, like, sesame chicken, get that in there, have, like, this weird fucking, like, like, salad or some shit that could be, used as, like, kind of a warm salad or something, actually, that could actually be mixed in as, like, kind of, like, the veggies, for some shit, mix it in with that, fucking, like, season it up a little bit. And then just like, hey, Zukov, hey, Zukov, get the fuck over here. I saw what you're doing. Yeah, no, get over here. No, Zukov, here. Get over here. That's a no. No. But as I was saying, but it's like get random, some some like salad or some shit that normally would be served cold, but warming up and stuff with that. Added it, it's like kind of a little veg. I believe the culinary term. Alright, Walmart stacks. It's like 8-to-1 ratio of toenail clippings and elbows. Oh. Freegan? A freegan? I've never heard of the term freegan before. Or rather, do you know any that come to your place of employment? Well, I get... Free food only. Oh. I mean, I'm not personally a freegan until circumstances supply. But yes. And honestly, it's understandable, but a little annoying. Because, like, I mean, there's... Yeah, it's like, I don't know if they're actually in, like, a desperate situation or not, or what. Because I know, people who are, that will actually be like, hey, I got, like, $2 or $3 or whatever the fuck, and they'll be like, hey, can you hook me up? And I'll be like, yeah. But some more well-off people do it. Well, that just pisses me off, because honestly, they got no reason to do it. Like, if they're well off, then they ain't, it's like, fuck you. Like, I'm pretty sure there's plenty of other people that deserve that more than you for free. It's like, what? Like, I at least get, people that are actually, like, in a desperate situation, but, like, fucking... People that I can kind of tell that are a little bit more well-off, it's like, fuck you. I can tell that you're just a piece of shit. Did you watch Married with Children? No, but I have seen some episodes of it before. Married with Children, Married with Children. I've seen the whatchamacallit, the theme song, or I know of it. What are you doing? What are you doing, baby? There's an episode where they ran out of food in the house and they were scrounging, and the best way they could do is Tang and Toaster dropping sandwich. Oh my god. Worst popular sub sandwich chain? Well, the only real one that's around here is Subway, so I guess Subway. Alright. This big bag of just dankness. Of just succulent lamb. Succulent, delicious lamb. Yes, lamb. Succulent. Oh, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful lamb. Quite, yes. Oh, lamb. beautiful. Yes. Come get your lamb. Get that lamb. Beautiful. Yes. Oh, look at you. Look at you, you handsome boy. Come on. Don't be a fucking pansy. Get up here. Not like that, you dork. Come on. No. Get that paw down. Up. Stand. Stand. Good boy. There you go. Little punk. What, you think you're gonna get away with it that easily? Oh, bitch. Someone tries to break you by force only to eat the worst sandwich you could think of. Subway. How long did it last? Well, the worst sandwich that I can think of from Subway. Oh, God. Oh, man. Well, basically, I just have to put in the ingredients that I hate the worst. So, I don't like mayo. Prosciutto and Genoa salami, if you really want to fuck with me. Blue cheese. Oh no, I am trying to make myself puke. Oh man, oh god. Oh no, what else can I think of? Pepperoncinis, just because not that I don't like them, but just because I think the spice would just be extra fucking pain. Green olives, because I don't like those. Tomatoes, because I don't like tomatoes. I like things that tomatoes are made, you know, that you can make out of tomatoes. What else? Ooh. Black olives. I like black olives. So, no, if you want to make it tasty, if you want to, like, give me something that I can at least, you know, mask the shit with, then yeah, like, you know, douse it with black olives. But no. We're talking about one that is torturous and horrible. Oh my god. Cranberry sauce, just because, why the fuck not? That would just make it even worse. What else? Like some vinaigrette, dude. We need like some weird ass fucking like white wine vinaigrette or some shit. And then just like a lot of salt. Just a shitload of salt. And there you go. Boom. I don't even think I would be able to eat that. I think I would legit revolt and puke and die, like, within the first, like, bite being shoved in my mouth. Like, I think I just straight would die. The 5 o'clock shadow in a dark room. The door opens, steps in Ben Shapiro, Dennis Prager, Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris. Tell us what we want to know, Ignar, Hillary says. Oh, God, dude. And that sandwich is presented to me. And then Kamala Harris in her dominatrix fucking, you know, police uniform just, like, takes her fucking leg and just, like, boom. And then just, like, you know, she just does the thing. She's like, boom. Just trying to shove it in there. Like, oh. I mean, I would just, like, oh, man, dude, I would die. I think I just... oh, God. Please don't ruin cop fantasies for me. Fuck. Shit, I didn't realize I was kind of playing into it a little bit. I was playing into a similar crowd. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of do too. Just not Officer Kamala. Fuck her. Can I fucking help you over there? Quit doing this whole like... Like, all that shit, like, you gotta not, like, ugh! You're silly. Why you do this? Oh, look at that tail. Then Ben and Dennis will explain you in excruciating yet really addressing detail why the economy is actually working. Oh, man, dude. I literally will want to Roblox myself. Like, maybe that sandwich might actually just kill me, and then I just straight up, like, Roblox myself immediately. But then who will take care of my boy? My boy. My precious boy. Ugh. What the color, my precious boy? Boy, boy. My boy. Oh. Look at you. You're ridiculous. The sandwich or an 8-hour lecture from them? Probably the lecture, because at least the sandwich is temporary. 8 hours is a long time. Mostly, Subway employees say disabled people and kids commit the most acts of sandwich equivalent of soda fountain suicide. Oh, God. Ooh, ooh, ooh. God, you're fucking heavy, bro. You're just looking at me like, what? It's like, yeah, you're fat. You're a fat chunk. Look at you. Oh my God, you're fucking huge. You're not even done growing yet, aren't you, baby? Yeah, you're not. Ah! Oh my goodness. Ugh. Oh my God. Man, he's a workout just to lift. Have you have no decency, sir? Have you no decency? Oh, you have no decency. Don't I think he likes that, lol? Well, he's just chilling. He's just kind of looking around like, bruh. I mean, also, he doesn't have really much anywhere to go. You're just stuck in my hands. Have fun just sifting around? Like, half the time he's just doing this. He likes you, so he tolerates his shenanigans. Yeah. Sounds hollow. Yeah, I'm getting him over here where his ribs and chest is. And then over here, where it's kind of hollow. where, you know, it's just mostly the guts. And over here, he just got his lungs and all the fillage. So you kind of using different parts of his body as different little drum beats. Oh, you're just a big old drum. Alright, there you go, buddy. Yeah, I'll give you a little treat for tolerating my bullshit. You'll get a little treat for tolerating my shit. He's got quite a range. He does. I know. Even his little mouth does. Whenever he's trying to, like, go after my mouth, he'll be like, and I'll just kind of, like, go after his cheeks a little, like, I'll just do that, and it'll be the same thing. Only in dog form. And he just sits there, and he's just like, and he's just like, he just makes him more assertively wanting to try to gnaw him on my hand. But he's already wanting to do that, but it's just all in playfulness. I mean, he knows if I'm, you know, like, bopping him, you know, for a disciplinary reason, because I'll just get him on Snoop, be like, I mean, a little bit more rough, or like, you know, than like a drum pat like I'm doing, but, you know, not, like, actually hard. And do new shit, I'll hold him and be like, no, you don't do that. And then just kind of let him be there for a minute. Let him just, you know, just kind of let him chill, be like, okay, what the fuck, bro? Then like a minute or two later, then I'll give him some loves. Let him do something to earn a treat. Shit like that. You're such a wee boy. Look at you. You're just sweet. You have something that I can toss to him? I mean, there is this tube. You can use a tube. I just want to see if I can get this stuff off, maybe. Yay, I can. Yeah, let's get all the tape off of it, actually. I'll let you get bonked with a tube. Boop. 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 Wait, what the hell? Oh, it's the receipt. Okay, whatever. Okay. Oi, oi. Oi. Come here. That guy stuck this on his nose. He was like, what the fuck? You're just like, what? What? Hey, what? You're sizing this up a little. You're trying to figure it out, huh? Soup. Zook, I am your father. Oh my god, it's so big. Okay, hold on. We gotta show the face. We gotta show the face of cuteness. Ah! Come back here. Hey, what the fuck? Why aren't you being cute? What's wrong with you? Why aren't you doing cuteness? Why aren't you doing head tilts? Say, hey, what are you doing? What the hell? What is it? What, excuse me? Well...
Oh yeah, what's going on? What are you doing? Hey, I am your true father. No. Oh, you do not do that. You do not look away, good one. No! You do not look away. You look at me. You look into my eyes. No! You return back to me. Return back forth from what you've left. Return, yes. No! What are you doing? How dare you?
Okay, I'm gonna stop fucking around that thing. Wait, what's this? What would you do if Vosh, my guy, my duderino, became trapped in Sukov's mind? Ignore my dude, my guy. The material conditions are such that you should give me a treat. Cranky Vosh or not Cranky Vosh? Yes. Yeah, pretty much.
Hey.
Hey. Was that you? Was that you who just did a little bark? What are those little boofs? Boof! Speak! Boof! Boof! Come on, do another one. Yeah, a little boof. What's this? Little boof. Yeah, little boofs. Oh, little nose boob. What is? What is that? What the fuck? What are you doing? What are you doing with this? Speak. Boof. Boof. I think Vosh is actually in the mind of this dog right now. He's like, my dude, my guy, what are you doing? My duderino. Can I help you? Are you okay, my guy? Oh my god, look at that face. Oh, look at that. Oh. Hey, Zukov, you gotta show that handsome face. Look at that. Oh. Oh, that's just a happy little handsome face if I've ever seen one. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh. He just flops. He's like, look at you. Look at you. Boop. Well, you don't want a little hair rub? What about a hair rub? What the hell? So there you go, you can have it. You can have it, buddy. It's like, what, it's mine now? It's mine now? He's like, it's mine now. Oh my god, that's literally what was in his mind. It's like, it's mine now? It's mine now? It's mine now! I'm running away with this! That was literally his thought process. I think we just had like a telepathic fucking just like connection there of just like me just verbally describing what was going on in that mind right there. It's just like, it's mine? It's mine? It's mine! He's back over here. It's like, it truly was? I'm going back. I want it. It's mine now. Oh my god, what a goofball. Oh my god, he's ridiculous. I just wish you actually, like, sleep on my bed more often. I know it sounds weird, but, like, he's a cuddle monster when I actually can get him. I like to feed him my bed because sometimes I'm like, you know, in the middle of the night, I'm just like, damn, I'm kind of cold. Sometimes he'll actually be below my feet, and I'm like, yeah. Stretch him over to me, and I'm like, yeah. And he'll just be like, yeah, I'm gonna stretch too. And then he'll just kind of like flop and pass out again. I'm just like, yay. Warm, fluffy puppo to just snuggle. He's just a sweet boy. I mean, who needs a blanket when you have like a big fluffy little sweet puppo to just snuggle up to keep warm with? he's happy, he's going at it. He's so happy that he just got that thing. Honestly, to keep him from destroying other shit, it might as well give him things like that to destroy. Because that's like the little tube that I got one of my posters at. I actually got it displayed now. Speaking of shows, I'm sure I can do that too. I have that bad boy, boom, right there. A delicious racket with its arms around your children. Got the devil right there. To sin, degradation, vice, and insanity. You can't really see it, but that's what it says. Marijuana, the smoke of hell, the devil's harvest. Yes. Just a daily reminder I could look up to and be proud of and be like, yeah. I have another one that I have from earlier, that I showed off earlier today too, that I'm not going to really unroll again because it's fucking ridiculously huge, but... Oh, yeah, hey, nice. It actually has like the very bottom of it right here. Which, in the sacre bleu, c'est français, it says, le but de l'une, lutter pour le danger. Which I'm pretty sure I butchered every single word of that, but basically means the beginning of a prolonged struggle. But I'm not going to unroll that, I did that earlier. I'm not going to deal with doing that shit. Oh. And there's kind of a creepy looking little tabby cat right there that could just stare and pierce into your fucking souls. I mean, look at those fucking eyes. That'll pierce your soul anymore. Just stare into oblivion. Is there actually one that can? In the meantime, until I find a spot to set this up. There we go. Maybe I should buy some magnets and put it up right there. Just put it up on that fridge. I might not actually do that though, just because my dad might get mad. He'd be like, "What is this commie shit? Get us off!" No, it's communism. Use an electric toothbrush? Yeah. I'm more fond of those myself personally. Why is there something up with those? Is there something that I should be aware of with those fucking things? Is it telling? Do you know which brand he is? Not right off the top of my head, actually. I'm shopping for one, look for testimonials, lol. I know I have one that I have as a backup that I actually was just about to kind of crack open because my other one's worn to shit now at this point. So, I mean, I don't know what the one I have right now is, but the one that I haven't opened, I mean, I can probably check up on that next time and show you what the brand is. I'll let you know if that one's good or not, but I just kind of prefer electric toothbrushes in general, personally. Philips Sonicare and Oral-B. I'm thinking I think the one I first had was an Oral-B. I think the one that I haven't opened yet, which I was going to probably either tomorrow or in the next couple days probably. I think that one's a Philips Sonicare. So I guess I'll see which one is which, or if they're different brands or what, so I'll figure it out. I'll say. I mean, shit, next time I go to the bathroom or some shit and I happen to go in the house instead, so I can just go look. So, next time I do happen to go to the bathroom, I mean, I am having some brewskis, so chances are that is going to be a likely scenario. So I might even be able to find that out later. If good ratings, it's killing me, lol. Well, I guess whatever comes to it, I suppose it's, just based on, like, what you're looking for when it comes to, like, specifics of, I mean, I guess, just very specific type of things when it comes to, like, the mechanism and shit. Not that, I mean, I think it matters too much, I guess. Like, if it has, like, extra side bristles or whatever. The Sonic Voice, Sonic Toothbrush. You're too slow! I'm trying, you blue-pilled brick! It's like, too slow. You don't want Dr. Bacteria Nick to fucking take over and cause you to have fucking cavities. You don't want that. Don't be too slow. It's like, you blue-quilled prick, shut up! That reminds me of the fucking toothbrushes that would have, like, the music that would play, so it's like music in your head or some shit, like that was supposed to fucking do anything. It was just so dumb. It's like it's music that's placed in a speaker, but in a toothbrush, so it's in your mouth like music in your head. 2-minute timer. Oh my god, yeah, dude. Yeah, because I guess the idea is that, there's a song that plays for 2 minutes or something like that. And the idea is that you're supposed to be, brushing your teeth for about as long as that song plays. And it's just like, they got ones now where they have sensors, they can tell how much time you spend on each part of your mouth. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, I don't believe that. That's bullshit. Kind of like that heart rate shit. Like, so we did one on myself 2 different ways, at least mathematically. Then it came to checking my BPM, and it was at least 20 BPM less than what his thing was giving out. Which also would mean that his BPM would be like at like 10 or something if it's reading at like 30 or some shit. So maybe his thing's off. Because he's, honestly, all in all, it doesn't seem like there's anything wrong with him or anything's off. So I don't know what the whole, like, I don't know what's going on. I'm honestly a little like, I'm hoping he's okay. I mean, I don't want nothing bad happening to him. Like, what the fuck? But all in all, it's just like, I mean, maybe his thing's just not reading right, but because America's healthcare system's fucked, he's trying to find a primary care doctor so he can actually, like, get some other shit dealt with anyway in the first place, but then this is coming up, so it's like, hey, healthcare here, great. Ugh, makes me think, honestly, it makes me thankful that I don't really have that many issues health-wise. I mean, I definitely do, but fuck, I mean, not like that. Ugh, man, human species And then our... oh my god, never mind. I can go off about it. I don't need to. I think we know. Compare to a Shadow the Hedgehog voice toothbrush. Treat your plague as your enemy. Each scrub... Like, oh shit. Each scrub of the brush is you're wiping away of your weakness bit by bit. This brush is scaring me. Oh shit. Damn, dude. It's like a drill sergeant fucking toothbrush, dude. It's like Army Elite, dude. That could just be like an Army Elite toothbrush. 9. 9. 9. Where's Lulu? Head rubs. Head rubs. Hospital in Wisconsin is suing another one for enticing away their employees. Derp. How does a hospital entice the employees away from another hospital? This country sucks. How's that work? Does it make sense? The claim is that moving hospitals are putting the region at risk because that now causes lack of rapid response stroke center for the area. Like, so I hire more stroke doctors. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there could be doctors that can also easily be specialized and trained into that type of field work and shit. I mean, it doesn't seem too difficult. Well, I mean, I'm sure there's some bullshit that comes into play, but I mean, fuck. I mean, all in all, really? I agree. Silly boy. Oh, what the fuck is this? Stephen Kyle's racist take on MLK. More hogwash. Ooh, wait, what's this? Oh god. Yeah, I'll put this on slash for a second. Yeah, man, what kind of job is that where you can't leave where you want to, or else you're on the hook for region safety? Yeah, like, I mean... it doesn't make sense to me. Saw the title of that video. Well, I just did. I haven't seen it yet, but we're about to, I guess. The brush, just aches you about not brushing your teeth. Okay, I guess you want cavities. I'm sure you have plenty of money, to get your teeth filled. Okay, fine, you asshole. Oh my god, dude, this toothbrush will end up being sentient. Like, it knows, like, every 12 hours, it'll, like, start being like, so, I guess you want cavities, huh? Like, every 12 hours, it'll start becoming a dick. WBay. For some reason, I read that as eBay right off the bat. I'm like, wait, eBay? We're like, wait, what? I was like, wait a minute, huh? Zook, what are you doing? Oh my god, you shredded the shit out of that. What is your deal? What is up? Do you want outside? Is that it? You just want outside? Is that it? I think I'm gonna at least open the door for this ridiculous psychopath. Cause you're just so crazy! Take that! And that! And that too! You ridiculous boy! You silly boy! Boy! god! What the fuck is all this? Madness. Madness, bro. That's what it all is. Oh, oh my god! Look what you did to this! It's gone! This is what's left of that from earlier, by the way. There ain't nothing left. It's kind of murked. It kind of got murked. Bet your refrigerators are like, Cocoa Pebbles for breakfast again, huh? I'm sure all that sugar would be good for you. No, fuck you. I know. I would hate it too. Nothing better than starting the day off of a heavy dose of criticism. Yep. I wish I could understand him. I want to understand him, but then when I think I make a break for you, he just performs these bizarre and seemingly meaningless rituals of me being held close. Oh my god, that's so fucking true. Where just for some reason I'm just like holding on to him, we're in the background, just like, bro, just looking like I'm smashing. I bet sped up it will look like I'm actually smashing him against that. Like sped that up 2 times, it will look like it's like a 13th level intellect. Yeah, he's about to like, you know, make some upgrades too in the next couple months as well once he starts evolving like a fucking Pokemon, dude. It's gonna be he's right now he's a Pikachu, but eventually it's gonna be a Raichu here coming up. And then we don't even want to fuck around with that. That's gonna be a nightmare and a half. Including me with an IPA in me. Oh, doggy doggy! Good save. Oh shit, barely dropped anything. A little bit of foamage dropped. Not a lot. That's some good shit right there. That's some good shit right there, I tell you what, boy. Not all beer's always peas, pop, and squeezy. Well, it is. And that was. I preserved that. I saved that. As I'm also saving my bog. Yeah, you heard something, didn't you? You know that sign out someone makes when they're trying to goad you into a choice? Imagine if your fridge did that. Oh my god. Okay. Reached in for the leftover pizza. The fridge just... Oh my god. They can't even do the side right now. Boo. That quick exhale Smokey did earlier would put me in a comment fit. Well, because I was kind of like talking in, you know, the underneath of that hit too, which didn't necessarily help either. So, ooh. But wasn't too bad. There we go. Let's go Steven Crowder being a racist piece of shit. Because apparently he's being a racist piece of shit, as he usually is. The only way you might work it for me is with cars. You're going the wrong way, jackass. It's a shortcut. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, that's why we have GPS, right? Right? Recalculating. That's like the passive-aggressive way. It's like recalculating, because apparently you're too much of an idiot. It's like, it's a shortcut, bitch. Fuck you.
On MLK, so we're going to take a look at that.
Crack whores. And we'll get to the orgies. We'll get to all of those. What you don't know about MLK. 5 things you don't know about MLK.
What?
You didn't expect to hear MLK and crack whores. What?
Jesus Christ, dude. This is going to be probably the most racist thing that he's done, I suspect.
Yeah. Now, let me be
Good thing I was sitting down for this one. I know, right?
really clear about this. I like a lot of what MLK Jr. had to say. I certainly think that his speech...
Fuck you, no you didn't.
Pardon my language. On by today's left, where he talked about the content of character. Yeah. These were values that we would all align ourselves with.
Yeah.
However, MLK did...
Like what? Can you even fucking name that speech verbatim, bitch?
Far more radical as life went on, and there's a lot that you don't know about MLK Jr., and I want to be clear, there are values, of course, that he espoused that we agree with. Yeah. But the man was flawed like a lot of men. But the issue here is if it's going to be a national holiday while you're tearing down statues of people who fought against slavery, like Abraham Lincoln, or even people who freed slaves.
Not a single person has ever advocated to tear down a statue of Abraham Lincoln. That is a complete falsehood. There's not a single instance where that's even happened, even by, like, right-wingers that are trying to fucking point by fake getting angry at Abraham Lincoln.
Upon their death.
I mean, for real. Best line from planes, trains, and automobiles when the other car is trying to tell them they're going the wrong side of the freeway. You're going the wrong way! Ha, idiots. That is... How does he know which way we're going? Tours, Columbus Day. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, we don't hear about Martin Luther King Sr. Yeah, well, because... What amazing fucking significance has he ever done, huh? Besides just birth he birthed that junior, boy. He birthed him. It gave him the great will of Martin Luther King Jr. that we all know and love today.
Of the argument that, like, you know, MLK fought against segregation, and that is just simply on the other side.
Also for a lot of democratic socialist rentals and labor rights too on top of that.
The fucking equation of people who fought to continue slavery. Again, you could only feel this way if you were a gigantic racist piece of shit.
Well, okay. Well, here's the thing. Everything we're about to share with you comes directly from congressional records, archived newspapers, MLK's own speeches, and I know the FBI is not an organization that I trust. Okay, I want to be very clear. However, none of the evidence that we'll be providing for you here it has actually been refuted.
Oh, fuck? Dude, Steven Crowder is a pedophile. Steven Crowder is literally a pedophile that only gets off on having sex with children. Everybody knows this. None of the evidence that I am stating here has ever been refuted. What's the evidence for it? Me saying Steven Crowder is a pedophile. Go ahead, disprove that now. Never been refuted. Sorry, you're a pedophile now.
Checkmate.
Notice how that's not how this works? Notice how you can't make a fucking...
Honestly, for like the first like 3 seconds there, I honestly thought he was like, you know, wait, is there something I missed about him that is actually coming out about that I didn't know? But it's like, oh, okay, he's making a point.
Slandering you? You can't actually...
I honestly thought he actually was...
That slander? Shut the fuck up, idiot. This, by the way, was a hypothetical scenario.
You know what? It would not, like, it's hypothetical. I mean, it wouldn't put it past me. Let's just put it that way.
No,
it would not put it past me.
Actually is a pedophile or not.
Here's something you probably know that MLK, for example, let's start with this, supported peaceful protest. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That is true. Sometimes.
Oh, God. He's gonna say stuff about Martin Luther King.
What? What do you mean sometimes? Wait, like is this schmuck gonna try to say like the entirety of the civil rights movement, which included some elements of violence, you know, is also like, you know, something that he advocated for? Like, kind of total, like, let's just like totally forget the idea that there's people like Malcolm X, for example, who are a little bit more quote unquote like violence when it came to their nature and advocating or inciting these type of protests and marches and the struggle when it comes to civil rights and shit like that. But for Martin Luther King, he was one of a more pacifistic approach. Like, he was a lot more in favor of these ideas of pacifism, of peaceful protest and assembly and shit. Like, that was his fucking shtick. That was what he was about. Like, that's just, he wasn't about that sometimes. Like, that's literally just what he was about. Like, that's just a full-fledged fucking lie.
I think it's like bad, but I'm going to agree with. I suspect he's about to talk about how.
Wait. Stephen Crowder's the kind of person who will burn across the backfield of his lawn, dressed in blackface, and then claim that the libs are triggered for saying he's racist. It's really, because he'd be like, "What? It's a comedy bit. What do you want? It's just a joke."
You know, riots are the language of the unheard, and that.
Honestly, it's people like fucking Crowder that have ruined the "it's just a joke" excuse. Because there's probably sometimes where people are probably making some edgy jokes and shit and are just legit being jokey, and even though it's like kind of falling flat on his face or whatever. But then you get motherfuckers like Steven Crowder who just, will use that as an actual excuse to just, basically just be racist, fucking bigoted pieces of garbage fucks. It's just like, I mean, I've done some edgy shit where it's like, okay, look, I'm joking, where, it's kind of obvious, but out of context, maybe someone could take it, extrapolate it into something that's like, oh, you're actually saying this for real, whatever the fuck. Hence why it's like, it's a joke. And maybe not everyone's gonna get it, but that's why, like, comedy is such a subjective thing. But, like, dumb fucks like Crowder, ruin shit like that, honestly. It's why when it comes to just on a broad level, edgy humor, it's kind of, been fucked, a little bit, just because of this shit. It's like, because there's definitely some edgy people that like making edgy humor, like me personally, that, will make edgy jokes and shit, but are definitely not trying to be like some Steven Crowder fuck. We just like edgy humor. Sometimes that might be a little like, like spicy, some spicy meatballs on top of it just being edgy. Edgy, spicy meatballs. Ooh, But, like, whatever, it's like, like, you think to me, at least, there could be a distinction, but for fucks like Crowder, they want to, try to amalgamate all of it as one fucking thing. And then be like, oh, leftists don't understand comedy, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, no, you're just fucking manipulating it for your own personal agenda, you fuckwit. So, if anything, it's not that we don't understand comedy, is that we, it's that, it's honestly, that part in itself is honestly not even fucking relevant. It's that we understand that you're using the whole fucking label and the fucking surface defense of comedy as your form of, pushing your bigoted bullshit views, Crowder. And same thing for a lot of the other right-wing types that fucking do this shit. He ain't the only one, but honestly I feel like he's one of the bigger influencers in that type of fucking excuse-making shit when it comes to it's just a joke. Like, honestly, I feel like when it comes to one of the bigger perpetuators of that type of influence online, honestly, Crowder's probably one, the big guy. Because he's the comedian of the right wing, after all, right? So he's going to be the one to make the excuse the most. So, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, who else is the biggest influence on that type of thinking? At least when it comes to the right. This fuck. I mean, I can't think of anyone else. So, honestly, fuck this piece of shit, especially for that, because he's actually legit, ruining the broader nuances of fucking comedy and what it's actually about, and just manipulating it, thwarting it for his own fucking agenda, so fuck him. Like, this idea that he's a comedian, it's like, pfft, bullshit. Like, he's a fucking failed comedian. Like he wishes he was. What in the fuck is going on there? I'm assuming a cat is causing some chaos. At least it ain't Zukov. Can't blame him.
Also understandable. What is way worse than the racial subjugation that black people were subjected to. Oh my god. Can't wait for him to say some based ass shit about him. Okay, let's see. Maybe this isn't all that bad.
He also had some pretty, I guess you could say, unsavory opinions about riots that I do think need to be considered because a lot of people don't know this part.
Okay, like what?
Continue to say to my brothers and sisters.
Alright, hold on, let me turn this up. Okay, alright, well.
That this is not the way. Continue to affirm that there is another way. But at the same time, it is as necessary for me to be as vigorous in condemning the conditions which cause persons to feel that they must engage in riotous activities as it is for me to condemn riots.
I agree with everything, so that's fine.
I think...
Okay, so far, I also agree.
Must see that riots do not develop out of thin air. Certain conditions continue to exist in our society, which must be condemned as vigorously as we condemn riots. But in the final analysis, a riot is the language of the unheard.
Yes. Oh, wait. Was that Crowder going, No. Everything he's saying is absolutely fucking true, Crowder. It's like, shut the fuck up, like you trying to be like, see, like he's trying to say rioters are the voice in here, but you know, but you know, they're not. They're just a bunch of lazy thugs that just do nothing all day and just want to be, you know, a bunch of criminals. It's like, fuck off. Like, oh, this idea that, like, oh, no. It's like, yeah, was shit so far. I can go off a tear right now, but let me allow it to build up, you know, if anything here.
No, Sweaty, not good. I love this dude. I love Steven.
Oh, let's go.
Not good, MLK. No. By the way, I called it.
To hear that the plight of the Negro poor has worsened over the last few years.
Oh my god, they're literally doing every meme I just brought up. Now he's saying it's fucking hate speech because he's saying, you know,
This. Zukov, come here. Hold on, I don't know what he's trying to do. Zukov, come here. What are you doing? Oh, fucking Christ. Hey. You chill out. Hey, sit. Paw. No, paw. Lay down. 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 Oh my god. Your eyeballs are huge. Jesus.
Hey, give me a break.
Just, I gave him a treat, he will be distracted. Oh my god. Terrorism is means. Do you mind?
Not a bit.
Can we not? Like, I do. Hey, it's.
Okay, there you go. I'm not sure which one of those is squishy.
I'm gonna Roblox this entire. I'm gonna Roblox this entire plot of land. So call in the A10 Warhogs. That, like, Kamala Harris, you know what to do. Hillary Clinton, sign the order. Roblox the place. Roblox it all. Just give time for Zukov to evacuate. And Bandit. Let those two evacuate. Well, let all the animals, period. Just all of them.
Oh, yeah. Come to think of it, he already has.
I wish Steven got transported back to those times only as a black man, then he might be able to get his perspective shifted slightly. Yeah, if only he was reincarnated only back in time as Sam Hose. If we learned about what happened to him, I'm sure he would change his perspective real fucking quick. Marnax, I don't know if you were here for the morning stream that I did, but we kind of delved into this woman, Rebecca Latimer Felton. And she was a white supremacist who was actually the first female senator for one day. But no, it wasn't. If you go to 55 minutes exactly in my stream that I did last time, earlier today, you'll check it out. But basically, she was a fucking vigorous lynching advocate on top of being just a fervent white supremacist racist piece of shit. And just honestly, like, I mean, for all intents and purposes, just basically legitimately like an evil fucking horrible person. And when she heard about the lynching of Sam Hose, and that story specifically is fucked up in like ways that I'm just not even gonna bother describing. And I mean, she thought that, like, honestly, that the treatment, you know, wasn't even, you know, like, wasn't even, like, good enough. Like, honestly, like, I mean, she thought that, you know, he should have been treated, even worse, you know, given the details, and even should have been, you know, and, like, even rabid dogs deserve far, humane treatment in comparison. It's just, like, I mean, all sorts of fucking shit. Like, she was legitimately, like, a fervently fucked up human being. Rebecca Latimer Felton. Like, glad she ain't alive today, because I would definitely have some fucking words to say about her. She was, I guess, but whatever. But there's people that are, you know, that do believe shit like that. I'm sure Marjorie Taylor Greene, deep down inside, does believe shit like that. Because I definitely would have some fucking words for her. I mean, and honestly, that's just like the crazy fucking shit, is that she was the last representative in either house to be a slave owner. Because she, when she was born in 1839, so she was so she was somebody that, you know, like, when growing up, fucking had slaves. And just basically grew up in a culture and a mindset and an idea where that was a good thing, and if anything, you know, it should have even gone further. And she lived in a time where that was taken away from her, so she basically was going to be, you know, in whatever way possible, a vigorous supporter of the days of old that she grew up in. Like, she literally was like the, you know, traditional conservative of that time, like a Nick Fuentes type of the time. If you think about it. Today's a special day. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. What? National Squirrel Appreciation Day? Let's go! Alright, I'm gonna fill up the fucking nuts up on my, you know, all outside, bro. Dude. Oh, by the way, funny enough, so the other day, there was a little squirrel that was just kind of chilling. It has okay, so I have my window perfectly open, like about yay so I can stick my hand out, right? And there was a squirrel with his back perfectly 180, with his little bushy ass tail. And there was no other squirrel around, aside from all of them just kind of doing their thing. And I just kind of reach out, and I do this, and I straight up fucking, like, you know, pet it a little bit. I pet his little bushy ass tail, and it didn't do anything. It was just kind of sitting there just, like, chewing on the nut still. And I'm like, what the fuck? So I kind of do this a little further, and kind of start doing that, and start, you know, kind of flicking this little fur, and it still did do nothing, and then I just went, boop. I just kind of, like, patted his little back, and it went, like, what the fuck? It just hopped on the tree and went, like, what the hell? Like, wait a minute, what's that? Because I was moving so slowly. Yeah, like, I was doing it very slowly, too. I was, like this, and then I did this, and then went, boop, like that. And then it hopped on the tree, like, it was like, what the fuck? And I just kind of froze like that, like, oh, hi, bud. And then it's just like, what the hell? Strangely enough, the squirrel didn't, like, immediately, like, go berserk or run away. It was just more like, it kind of hopped on the little branch, just kind of stared at me, and just kind of like, what? You did that. What the hell? You invaded my privacy. That was unacceptable. Some say they're invasive species. If anyone says squirrels are invasive species, they need to be fucking treated like the Nazis in the Nuremberg trials. How dare they? Fucking war criminals. Shame on them. Shame on them all. Man, I love squirrels, though. They're, like, honestly, I've grown to really appreciate and love squirrels. Oregon treats them as invasive because they push out Douglas squirrels native to here. Well, goddamn. Man, well, which, yeah, they're not wrong, but still, who cares? Well, I mean, I kind of do. Douglas squirrels are pretty cute. I mean, what's the best thing for them? Like, what? Douglas fir trees, I imagine? I need to get some Douglas firs on my lawn and, like, plant those bad boys, and when those grow up, I can fucking, you know, get some Douglas fir babies and just let them hang out. And just, you know, let them be a part of the sanctuary, dude. I'd have my own personal, like, Douglas, you know, squirrel sanctuary. I'm not even kidding. I would buy a bunch of babies and I'd just let them, you know, just roam out in the wild, do their own thing, you know, for all intents and purposes, but basically help contribute to that population. As soon as you get out of the metro area, the Dougs are dominant. Oh yeah. But that I want some cute ass little Douglas little babies over here too. Honestly, I'm sure it's because they get competed out. Like, they're smaller in comparison to squirrels around here. So, if I remember correctly, so they're gonna get, like, kind of competed away. Like, they're gonna kind of get fucked on a little. Honestly, the first couple minutes of my stream this morning, there were some little bit of elements of nature y'all got to see too. A little squirrel, a crow was fucking around with a fucking woodpecker a little bit. There's some crazy shit. Is hawk to haze crows downtown because they're tired of the poop, but there's no proof hazing is effective. It doesn't actually damage their well-being. Yeah. It's more effective in places like airports, I'd imagine. Because they actually do use that as a tactic. I do. Yep. Yeah. Back to shitback Crowder.
Old way of saying black person.
It fails to hear that the promises of freedom and justice have not been met. It has failed to hear that large segments
get shot dead.
of white society are more concerned about tranquility and the status quo. And as long as America postpones justice, we stand in the position of having these recurrences of violence and riots over and over again.
See, and that's the problem, is the open-endedness to it, because, well, what is justice? Well, right now people are saying, oh, injustice is there are too many Asians at Stanford.
So he's saying that MLK, this speech is oftentimes used by both sides of the conversation, both sides of the aisle, on the necessity of, like, violence in a political movement. Okay, some will say, there's some that are like, oh, there's never any, like, there should never ever be a riot ever, like, that's bullshit. We'll turn around and point to that speech and say, look, even MLK is actually condemning it, people don't understand it. And then the people who do say, yes, violence is an understandable consequence of any sort of movement that is pushing against, that is fighting against unjustifiable hierarchies, will then point to that and say violence is the voice of the voiceless, or riots are the voice of the unheard, right? Ultimately, I think what he's doing there is obviously trying to abide by the competing interests of being a leader in a movement that oftentimes is subjected to unjustifiable violence.
So let's burn down a wall.
Well, I mean, honestly, I think it just comes to the inherent truth that, yeah, when it comes down to a very desperate, exploited paradigm like, you know, was going on during the Civil Rights Movement, and including today even, like, when you see riots and shit happen, like, honestly, yeah, there is a legitimate reason why MLK especially, you know, makes, you know, the argument, and a lot of people do, before and after the fact that he made that statement, was that, yeah, the riots are the voice of the unheard and shit. Like, a lot of these different marches, strikes, protests, riots, like, a lot of this is the voices of the unheard. I mean, so, like, I mean, it's not necessarily just riots, especially, but, I mean, it's, you know, all these different things. So, when you get, like, I'm gonna close that door in a sec, but when you get, like, these fucking, you know, people who are so angry and desperate and have nothing else to lose when it comes to the paradigm that they're in and shit, to the point where they go out and riot, because, you know, whatever the fuck, it's like, what do you expect? Just like fucking, you know, rainbows and, you know, fairies and unicorns and shit from these people?
You need to be a little more specific, and let me be clear, too, at another 1967 speech, and we'll get to the crack whores, and we'll get to the orgies, we'll get to all...
What crack whores, bro? What crack did not exist when MLK was alive. What is he saying? Like, the only reason why he keeps saying crack whores is because, like, he's a racist piece of shit. He's associating crack with black people. That's it. What crack, motherfucker? You dumb bitch. What do you...
Yeah, because honestly, he's projecting because he's a fucking racist piece of shit, cracker jack motherfucker himself. He's talking about crack whores because he's a cracker himself. He's cracked out on his own crackerness. Fucking cracker.
Where was the fucking crack at that point?
All that, which a lot of you don't know about MLK.
Fucking mayo just doused on top of a fucking just like unsalted, unpasteurized fucking just lame ass fucking doughy fucking cracker. That's what fucking Steven Crowder is. Just a soggy ass fucking mayo doused fucking cracker.
Okay. Bet you didn't expect to hear MLK and crack whores. What? Today. I have a dream of non-crack whores at a motel.
I have a dream that Steven Crowder is a soggy cracker, just doused all sorts of mayo. He is, I'd say.
No.
I don't think.
Oh my god, I'd get banned from Twitch for that.
Probably not. Just whores in general, then. So a 67 speech came.
Oh, even his fucking racist peanut gallery was like, yo, honestly, crack did not exist back then. Maybe you should fucking dial it back. Love that.
Said, urban riots are a special form of violence. They are not insurrections. Disagree.
Good to know.
Said the rioters are not seeking to seize territory to attain control of institutions, which today they are. That's their stated goal. Black Lives.
That's
No, what? No. Like, the idea of trying to, like... Oh my god, okay. Like, having a protest or a riot... I mean... having these things happen because you want to change in institutions... or the system that is and shit... is not trying to do some fucking... Oh my god. There's a reason why insurrections are defined like that... in comparison to riots or protests and shit, because they're different fucking things.
idiotic. He's not gonna. Is he not gonna read it? They're mainly intended to shock.
They're mainly intended to shock the white community. The looting enables the most enraged and deprived, using his word here, Negro to take hold of consumer goods with the ease the white man does by using his purse. This goes on a lot. If you look at some of his statements regarding riots and regarding violent protest, it's worse than I thought. I thought he kind of both
I have a dream that God will make one day Steven Crowder funny. God, I'm not a miracle worker. Well, he's supposed to. He's the one that created everything, right? Fuck you, God.
Violent protesting. Then he
Oh man, that's so sad. What the fuck? Oh dude, what a bummer. Oh no, he was so much cooler than you thought he was.
Actually,
that's awesome.
never wanted to change his mind.
Change my mind about this shit. Okay?
I'm saving this.
Turns out, hey, guess what? MLK, you thought he was cool. Guess what? He's a lot cooler than you previously thought he was. That is awesome.
But yeah,
I've appropriated that meme.
Right. He should have.
I jacked that like I jack NFTs, baby. Let's go.
Combined it with what he said later in a different interview.
Yeah.
Is
it hurts the black community to do this, and then say they do this because
while, you know, on the computer people right click. For me, I just hold down the screen. Boom.
They're being
oppressed.
You
know what must be condemned just as vigorously is the harming of your own community. That's what needs to be condemned just as vigorously. Think of the Detroit riots. Yeah. And then they blamed what?
What? Oh my God! I swear to God, if they bring up the fucking goddamn the riots, I forgot the specific name of them, but they involved the fucking quote unquote like the Korean rooftop, you know, snipers or whatever the fuck, right? Like, would you think that's because that the police dispersed these riots and these protesters into other fucking communities to incite, you know, fucking this type of shit? Because with the whole, like, quote-unquote, like, Korean rooftop situation and shit, is because, at least in that case, I think that was in LA, where the LAPD dispersed all the fucking rioters and protesters and shit into the fucking minority Korean communities. And thus, a lot of them fucking, you know, amongst the chaos and shit, are gonna fucking, you know, start taking that out on the, you know, everything else around them. And what is around them? Well, basically, like, you know, like, all these different, you know, Korean neighborhoods and these different Korean communities and shit. And that's why that fucking shit happened. I mean, it wasn't, you know, it's just like, and that's why that type of shit happened, you know, overall. It's because of the fucking cops. They were the ones who, you know, dispersed everyone in the first place into those areas. I mean, the Portland Police Bureau, fucking in 2020, they were doing that same shit. Like, they would disperse us into fucking random-ass neighborhoods throughout Northeast Portland and North Portland and shit. And they would tear gas up fucking different areas in downtown Portland where that tear gas would get fucking fumigated up in different apartments and shit. Like, they did that shit all the time. It's like a common tactic for fucking police. Because it's a way to fucking divide and add discord and, you know, racial tensions and shit, you know, amongst different communities and different people. Whether it's their own communities or other minority communities and shit. Because in Portland, for example, there's definitely like a strong tension of Korean and Vietnamese and minorities and communities around here and shit. And if one of these protests, you know, was anywhere close to any of those places, you don't think the fucking Portland police would try to fucking push everyone over there? Of course they would. Because it'll be a way to try to incite some racial tension on top of everything. I mean, it's just the same shit. Feds have to put a kibosh on because it was polluting the waterways. Yeah, like the tear gassing is so fucking bad. They basically banned the Portland Police Bureau from using it because it was so fucking bad. Because it wasn't just the waterways, but like the different environments of like the different parks and the vegetation, and you know, and everything getting damaged, like infrastructurally wise too. You know, long term. It's just like, I mean, it was like the damage from the tear gas and shit was probably more significant in the long run than the fucking actual riots, quote unquote, in themselves that happened in Portland. Straight fucking up. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. I honestly kind of found interesting that, like, sometimes in the middle of the night when, like, the irrigation systems turned on and when tear gas and shit was going off, every now and then I would notice that tear gas would be, like, underneath this shit, but those irrigation systems will actually work in our favor because it would suppress the fucking tear gas a little bit. Like, if it happened to be underneath one of those fucking, like, water streams and shit, like, all that gas just kind of got kind of watered down, literally, you know, by the fucking irrigation. So it's like, kind of worked in our favor. Nice. Made it less shitty to deal with. Still should probably wear, you know, gas mask and shit like that, but hey, you know, it helped.
Right. It's like, well, first off, that's not what happened. Second, you burned down your own communities in Detroit. Yep. Black people were...
Again, this goes back to the exact same fucking attitude at its heart, that black people are violent and have uncontrollable...
I mean, I already delved into as to why, so yeah.
Like, he's literally just doing white supremacist agitprop. He's trying to hide it. Obviously, he's not saying...
Because he is. Like, he literally did, like, a skit looking like a fucking Klansman at one point that we saw the other night. So, I mean, this guy's literally a fucking, like... crypto white supremacist, well, not even borderline, quote, borderline crypto fucking white supremacist and shit. I mean, he pretty much just is, if anyone can just, has like two neurons to rub together to fucking see through the fucking trees. Or, I mean,
he is saying it out loud. He's fucking bullhorning it, for sure. On this day, dude. You know,
yeah.
This is the Christmas of MLK.
You know who got the worst end of that stick? Was black police officers. They had to go home in unmarked cars because they were being picked off by snipers on rooftops. Right.
What? Where's this fucking claim? I called bullshit. What?
Find examples of riots. Riots.
Bullshit. I honestly called bullshit on that.
From the 1970s onward, that were targeted specifically, let's say, against just white people, which would be racist, but at least would just...
Wait, what? Is Steven Crowder saying black people should just target white people specifically? Okay, first of all, cool. Interesting take, I'm just gonna say. But secondly, bro, that would never happen, because when people are upset, they try to organize a protest, and then that protest is like, you know, allowed to exist in the confines of certain neighborhoods. Cops will never let black people go into a white neighborhood, or a rather rich neighborhood, and protest in that rich neighborhood. Are you fucking...
Of course not. Like, I mean, whenever protests were organized or started anywhere near, like, relatively, like, middle class, or, like, you know, even more, like, upper class areas and shit in Portland, like, there were some times where, like, even before the actual march was supposed to start and shit, like, cops would already be there, like, unlawful assembly, tear gas fucking launching out and shit. All this, smoke grenades, you know, cops fucking doing their bull rushes and all this shit. It's like, sometimes I show up, like, right on time, and I'll be like, there's, like, cops, like, halfway through this park, what the fuck? So I'm like, what happened? So, like, holy shit. Like, I mean, sometimes, you know, if in a certain area, they will, even before the marches and shit will start, they will not give a fuck. Like, I mean, that's just, like, they, you know, that's kind of the shit that how they fucking play. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
Of the Rodney King riots went into K-Town, and that actual segments of white society, polite society, capital owners were cordoned off by police forces, aka Beverly Hills, okay?
Make maybe sense. No, it ends up hurting people in their own community, and that needs to be condemned just as vigorously. Oh, well, we don't find that writing. Maybe it's because you were too busy with number 2 when we're talking about things that you may not have known about MLK. Worked with communists. Yeah. Very
Oh, that's so bad, man. That's so bad. That's crazy. Dude, double bass.
Closely, and I don't mean that in the sort of sense where people are like, pinko commie. I mean, one of his top advisors was a guy named Stanley Levison. Okay? And he was a member of the Communist Party until 1956, and he secretly gave MLK Jr. $10,000 just 1 year after meeting him.
That's a lot of thousands.
Yeah, adjusted to today's dollars, that'd be about $87,000.
Wow,
that's a big donation.
That's a lot more thousands than I thought.
Seems like an odd number, though.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give
Inflation.
you $87,000.
Can't you round this shit to 90? I have a dream.
I have a dream to have a big purse.
All you
Just like the one, man.
white devils with your Gucci's and your Michael Kors. Shock demons everywhere I go.
Dude, this is like, it's so bad. This is like Black Bruno levels of bad. Well, not Black Bruno. This is White Bruno doing that fucking rap music video where he's like, I don't hit women and I don't do the stabbing. Like, you know what I'm talking about? In Black White, when he like plays the fucking tape of him doing a different kind of rap music, and then everyone is just like, at this point, they're like, okay, you're just trying to get a rise out of everybody, and you're, you know, it's just not good. It's just really fucking, yeah, okay.
And your Louis Vuittons, I have a dream. So FBI counteragent Carl Prussian, and again, this is from the biography, just to be clear. So I know that the FBI isn't always a reliable source, but I did wiretap, which I think is a horrible thing.
Yeah.
However, we also have to acknowledge the facts and reality as it relates to MLK's life. You see a progression of him becoming more and more radical. Some people argue.
Wait, so is he gonna say it's bad that, like, he had a speechwriter / confidant that's a communist? Like, what was why is it bad? Is there, like, do we just move on from that point? Like, I wanted to hear more about what the fuck what's wrong about that. They just did Black Scent, you know? Or not even Black Scent, but, like, they were doing
Wait, what about Black Scent? Hold up.
fight when he like plays the fucking tape of him doing a different kind of rap music, and then everyone is just like at this point they're like,
oh no,
he's like Black Bruno.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna give you $87,000.
Can't you round this shit to 90? I have a dream.
I have a dream to have a big purse.
All you.
Oh my god, this is why I went back. Oh my god, never mind. They're basically just. I come back and I'm like, wait, hold on, what I missed? And they're just like basically doing like, oh my brother, I just had a dream and I just tell you what, oh brother, I say. It's like, oh mama, it's your mom, I tell you, I had a dream, boy. It's like, oh my god, what the fuck? It's like this. Like what? Man, this motherfucker, I swear to God, like, I just, you know what, let me just close my eyes and just go back to 2011, I think it was, when it was at a union picket line strike, literally there to fuck on union workers and shit, and shoved one of them, and another one just went, you know, just fucking, just ride it, just, oh. God, if only that happened about 10,000 more times. Oh, if only that was about 10,000 more times, just right in the face. Consecutively. Oh. Oh, that'd be beautiful. That'd be beautiful. Oh, beautiful. Golden Worms, and just look at that and be just beautiful. Very succulent, very delicious. Savory, I do say, yes, quite beautiful, yes.
Out of everybody, and you were, you know, it's just not good. It's just really fucking, yeah, okay.
Oh, and your Louis Vuittons, I have a dream. So, FBI counteragent Carl Prussian, and again, this is from the biography, just to be clear. So I know that.
Wait. Did he slip in an N-word?
And your Louis Vuittons, I have a dream. So, FBI counteragent Carl Prussian, and again, this is from the biography. So I know that the FBI isn't always a reliable source, but I did wiretap, which I think is a horrible thing.
Yeah.
However, we also have to acknowledge the facts and reality as it relates to MLK's life. You see a progression of him becoming more and more radical. Some people are.
Wait, so is he gonna say it's bad that like he had a?
Wait. He's gonna be like wiretapping bad, but he's gonna be like, but you know, it's good though because look at the facts of MLK life being crack whore fam. Like what? And also, if you don't trust the FBI, why would you trust them on this? Curious. It's as if you only trust the FBI if it fits this narrative. Weird.
Confidant that's a communist? Like, what was the why is it bad? Is there, like, do we just move on from that point? Like, I wanted to hear more about what the fuck that what's wrong about that. They just did black scent, you know, or not even black scent, but like they were doing MLK, but like with really just idiotic like 90s racist stereotypes about black people.
Argue it's because of drug use. Some people argue it's just fame is corrosive to the human soul, but he wasn't the guy who a lot of people praise. Sort of like I've talked about this with Muhammad Ali. It's the flip side, where people with Muhammad Ali don't realize that Muhammad Ali, who was a draft dodger, who was a known racist, who was...
Wait,
what? Muhammad Ali? Draft dodger? Based? Racist? Where in the fuck did you even get that from? What? Huh? Fuck. Crowder, one, fuck you for thinking draft dodging is not cool. That's PogChamp as fuck. And two, Muhammad Ali is racist? Go fuck yourself. Like, what? Is there... does he have facts to back that up? I bet he does.
Oh, Trump.
Wait, what's this?
Last May, his graduate, he received diagnosis.
That's something about Trump, whatever.
Actually did it in an incredibly honorable reasons. What the fuck? Wait, draft?
Oh, wait, hold on. What's this? In 1966, Ali refused to draft in the military due to his religious beliefs and ethical opposition to the Vietnam War. He was found guilty of draft invasion and stripped his volatile and stayed out person while appealing the decision of the Supreme Court, where he was convicted, was overturned in 1971. Or his conviction was overturned.
Are we in the 60s again? Like, Steven Crowder's like, Muhammad Ali was a draft dog!
Yeah, we are, baby!
Oh, that bastard is dodging the draft! He should go to jail!
Yeah!
Against
Yes! He's a
against race
dog to be
mixing.
straight! We need to send him to jail! He needs to be convicted for communist actions! Yes!
Later on in his life, actually moved out to the suburbs and not only supported Ronald Reagan, campaigned for white Mormon Orrin Hatch.
Oh, wow.
But no one talks about that with Muhammad Ali. People change. If you change the wrong way, you'll notice there's a span of Muhammad Ali's.
Yeah.
So the fuck what? Like, oh my god.
Because he did.
Like, oh no, Ali fucking, it was about Reagan and endorsed a Mormon or something. Like, okay. So you had some errors in his thinking. Okay, whatever. Like, fuck you. Who cares? That's like the past. Can we talk about wasn't this about Martin Luther King? Like, now we're talking about Muhammad Ali? Where the fuck did this come up? Like, what the hell? Did I miss something? Like, what?
Shit in the beginning that you criticized and said was bad, and then he turned around and fucking campaigned for a dude who said African diplomats are monkeys. Like, that's not great. Also, I don't know if he knows this, but he did have a lot of brain damage. So, you know, that is a thing. Even Crowder only likes people when they change for the worse, not for the better.
His life, where he really wasn't a celebrity. He wasn't given the same kind of shine. And then, of course, when he died, we go back to when he was young, when he would say he was young and naive and ignorant. How about once he grew up and apologized for the race baiting and calling Joe Frazier a house Negro and an Uncle Tom. And he said I shouldn't have done that and called Sonny Liston a big, ugly gorilla. This is what Muhammad Ali would do with people. He said I was wrong, and I moved out to the suburbs because I didn't want to be in those communities anymore, because I have chip.
Okay, like, I don't know why. Okay, from MLK to Muhammad Ali, like, I don't even know where that jump came from anyway. But like I can think of an example of someone, you know, who's like kind of, you know, racist in his ideas a little bit. Malcolm X. Like, I mean, when he was a part of Nation of Islam and shit, like, he actually had some kind of racist views about white people and shit. I mean, he didn't, you know, have, like, the same, you know, more softer views about it in comparison to MLK, where he was, like, you know, feared more about the white moderate, you know, not the actual ally, you know, who's white, you know, so to speak and shit. You know, but Malcolm X is like, nah, fuck the allies too, they're, you know, part of the problem too, but, you know, and all that shit. Like, I mean, there was a point where he's like that, but later down the line, he wasn't so much. You know, he wasn't really like that, you know, after a certain point. Like, he, you know, was reformed from these type of ideas. Like, you know, like, I mean, yeah, like, am I gonna look at Malcolm X and be like, oh, fuck him, because at one point he looked at me and was like, fuck you, you know, or some shit. You know, just, it's like, no. Like, what? Like, I mean, oh my god. I hate Crowder. He's so, oh my god, it's so short. There's honestly, like, man, whoo. A part of me is realizing, like, how would I, like, I'm kind of glad there's at least, like, you know, some other motherfucker, you know, to just, like, help regurgitate this shit, because, fuck, there's so many different things about these motherfuckers that can be delved into and shit to just deconstruct, but, man.
Oh no! He literally said, wait, Muhammad Ali straight up changed for the worse. And literally just, like, you know, was racist about fucking black communities. And I like that. Like, he's just saying, oh, this is great. YouTube, you think YouTube deplatforms after this? Fuck no, dude. How was Crowder straight up not in shit?
Oh, wait, what was that comment? Is that person delusional? Like, there's a reason why YouTube allows these type of, you know, people to stay up. It's because they make them money. Like, there's ad revenue in it. That's why. I mean, there's also a lot of investment in that type of shit. Like, I mean, even for more small-time type of folks, like Jimmy Dore, for example. Because he's, like, you know, on this whole anti-vax train now for whatever. Like, literally every I still subscribe to him just to see what his notifications, you know, pop up. Literally every single fucking thing is about, like, COVID shit. Like, seriously, every single thing. Everything that he puts out now, it's about that shit, because he knows, you know, his fucking audience at this point. Like, I think, honestly, like, any actual legit, like, leftist type of person that, you know, was following Jimmy is probably, like, either, or just kind of lurking like I am, or just totally, like, just dipped. Because, like, I mean, what? Like, I find this funny, like, this whole idea that, like, oh, right-wingers and, like, you know, people who, you know, talk about, you know, shit that is against the grain, you know, or being deplatformed or whatever. It's like bullshit. Like, all these motherfuckers, I think they're, you know, they're deplatforming these ideas, you know, because they got, you know, people like Alex Jones or whatever. But then you got, like, motherfuckers and, you know, like Crowder or Ben Shapiro and all these other people, and it's like, they're doing better than ever, if anything. They're doing just fine. Like, so where's the deplatforming, fear-mongering shit for them, huh? Like, like, oh no, it's coming around any day now. It's like, give me a fucking break. I mean, it just makes these fucking, you know, money and interest in these corporations more fucking money. Like YouTube and shit. Because the ad revenue is right there for them. It sucks it right up. Like, if anything, chances are, like, you know, there'll be cases where there'll probably be fucking ads, not on my shits, but, like, on different fucking, you know, videos and stuff, or there'll be advertisements put out where, if anything, you might get a Crowder ad, or a Ben Shapiro ad. So, if anything, they get, you know, propped up, they get pushed out there. I mean, not that I think, you know, someone like Kyle Kalinske would, but, like, you know, you don't see Kyle Kalinske advertisements like that, though. I mean, not that it, like I said, though, not that I think he would probably be, you know, trying to do something like that, but, I mean, you know, like, still, point, you know, being there, like, yeah, like, even as something schmucky like TYT and shit that I don't even watch anymore, like, I mean, even they don't have, like, shit like that. But yeah, Crowder and Shapiro, all these other right-leaning motherfuckers, they got all these ads, though. Weird. It's as if there's a lot of fucking money in it. So I just love this whole, like, weird narrative that they have about deplatforming and shit. It's like, shove it up your fucking ass. Like, you all get, like, boosted, if anything. It's like, eat a dick. Like, you get boosted in the algorithms, motherfuckers. Like, what are you talking about? Like, if anything, like, a lot of, you know, like, if anything, like, all in all, like, general catch-all, like, kind of, like, progressive ideas when it comes to, like, you know, social justice or, you know, trans rights, shit like that, that gets propped up. But at the same time, like, a lot of this anti-vax shit will get propped up. Like, a lot of this culture war shit just in general gets propped up. But, like, when it comes to, like, more, like, economic stuff, like, the more status quo shit gets propped up. But guess who's in favor of capitalistic, you know, systemic ideas and economic systems and shit? Conservatives and a lot of these right-leaning motherfuckers and shit. So, they get a little extra boost in, you know, defense when it comes to, you know, who gets platformed more or not. Because lefties tend to be a little bit more critical of, you know, the paradigm as it is right now. So, by proxy, they're not necessarily going to be as boosted by that. So again, it's like, eat a dick, you fucking right-wing dipshits that say you will be deplatformed. So shut up. It's like you get boosted by that motherfucker, not not shoved away. Like, fuck off. It's like, what? It's like, I find that ridiculous. Like, the main reason why they aren't is just because they are smart about how they fucking push their shit. Like, you know, they don't, like, I mean, Crowder just, you know, gets the excuse of, I'm a comedian, bruh. You know, so that's his excuse. That's how he gets propped up. And then you get, like, you know, so, like, they all have their different little excuses, or little twists and fucking, you know, manipulation, snaky, fucking slithery ass little shit, slimy ways of fucking, you know, twisting shit. Especially when it comes to TOS. But nonetheless, they get absolutely propped up. Oh my god, get out of here. But, like, I mean, they absolutely get fucking propped up because, you know, they're not saying the quiet part loud, so to speak, like, you know, some dipshit like Nick Fuentes or something. Just because they're not saying the quiet part loud doesn't mean they're still under the same umbrella as motherfuckers like them. They're just smart about how they say it. I mean, especially about how they excuse it, too. I mean, if anything, the only reason why someone like Alex Jones got knocked down, because he was like Icarus. Flew a little close to the sun. I mean, for a long time, he was smart about treading, you know, that gray area, but, like, you know, like I said, like Icarus, he flew a little too close to the sun. And, you know, he kind of tread a little over that, you know, goddamn, line at that point. I call anything Pee-Pee Poo-Poo Fuentes says is, quote, smart. Well, I wasn't. I'm saying people like Crowder or Shapiro, these motherfuckers are a little bit more smarter about it. Fuentes is a dipshit. That's why he's on, like, whatever platform he's on now. And the only references and only thought that people give him is whenever he's, like, fucked on Twitter and memed on, like, you know, when people spread him around online to get fucked on. Like, I mean, and whenever he decides, you know, or whenever people decide to put him on their platforms, basically just to fuck on him. Like the last time, you know, that there was, like, a female interviewer. I don't even know for what, platform, honestly. I don't know what like channel it was or anything like that, to be honest, but I remember there was, like, she was asking, have you ever been with a woman? He was like, no. Like, the dude basically admitted that, like, he was a utter fucking chauvinistic, misogynistic, garbage fucking human, but at the same time literally a total incel who basically had very little legitimate interaction with women. And it was just like, wow. He actually is, like, a little bit of, like, he actually is a part of what the audience is, too. Like, like, it's like, Jesus. Butt cheek slapping Madison, Cawthorn, probably. I mean, I know YouTube allows it, but I'm not gonna say because, you know, I'm a nice guy. But, like, man, oh, God, dude, he strikes me as a fucking F-slur, dude, so much! Because motherfuckers like him are more of that word than, like, the actual LGBT or whatever. Like, cause, like, like, this weird little Nazi fucking insecure gay twink boys, like, these little bitches, like the Yiannopouloses, the Fuenteses, like, those are the motherfuckers that strike me as that more than anything else these days. Just like queer, like, can we just take that word back? Like, can we just do that already? Just so it can be acceptable, so I can just go off on a motherfucker. Like, fuck. Like, ugh. I mean, come on now. It's like, come on, we can take some words back. It's not too late. Oh, little dork. You know, so I was looking at you. What's up? Yeah, baby? Yeah, little baby? Look at that little tail go. What did I do? Yeah, there. Oh, good lord.
you get celebrated for behaving in the way that Steven Crowder does. Why would you go to jail? Yeah! Apparently Dan Crenshaw got fucking owned by like a 12-year-old.
Oh, this again?
Girl.
There was some extra hogwatch going on here, so...
I don't think Dan Crenshaw's gonna raise a lot of money off this video.
I'm okay with seeing this again. It's always fun watching Dan Crenshaw get fucked on.
The most important thing here is that we have important
Getting eye-fucked.
archetypes that we look up to. Jesus is a hero archetype, Superman is a hero archetype. Real characters too.
Don't question my face, you little worm. How dare you?
I can't wrap my head around this.
Well, I'll help you. Put a period after the word Jesus and don't question my faith.
I love that. Oh my god, I love that. Wow. I'll always love that first initial wow. Wow. That first initial wow. Just that first wow. Like, oh my, I'll never get over that. That was my favorite reaction out of this entire thing. Just that first wow. Because like that woman, like whoever did that, I think it was a woman recording it probably. But like, I mean, I don't know who's recording, but I'm assuming who's recording it is the lady who went, the first wow is the lady recording it. Just given the response and the audio, blah, 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 whatever. But like, or at least somebody right next to the person recording. But like, I mean, either way, just, you know, that woman's just like, oh my god, you don't think that, like, you know, she was questioning your faith? No, she was not. She just wanted to make sure that you weren't trying to say that Jesus was a myth, because of course that he wasn't, but, you know, you just had a Freudian slip. You could have been more nicer and respectful to that little girl. How dare you? You're disrespectful. You're, like, think of the children. She is a girl. Think of the children, Crenshaw. How dare you? Like, that woman just had that immediate thought response. Like, that was her fucking immediate first thought, and honestly, low-key, though, based. Like, I you know, like, I mean, say what you want, they're all a bunch of conservative chuckle fucks, but, like, I mean, you gotta give it to them, though. I mean, they're broke clock right twice a day, right? Whenever conservatives confronted by an inconvenient truth, a comment actor is just saying, wow, just wow, wow. And this is our preaching some nonsensical shit. I mean, it really, though. I'm remembering the time where, last time I was in Texas, where they're, like, with NCIS Hawaii or whatever the fuck. It was like the debut episode or some shit. I don't even know or care what the show was. I know it was one of those shows, but whatever, who cares? But there's literally, I fucking shit you not, a 10-second, if not less than 10 seconds of like a lesbian makeout scene, and I nickname him Uncle, but he's not literally an uncle. But like my aunt and my uncle, I mean, he's an uncle to the family, so he's always kind of been known as that title, so whatever, I just kind of adopted it too. Like, he's not literally an uncle, but anyway, whatever, aside from the point, like, they freaked the fuck out. Like, they were just like, like, wow, oh, I can't believe they would I can't believe that. I can't believe they would just show such nastiness. Oh, that's just unacceptable. No. We're just gonna skip that now. Like, and I looked up, like, I was honestly just not even giving a fuck about the show. I was just on my phone, just like, whatever, you know, just kind of doing, I was probably like texting some of my friends or something like that. And then they fucking reacted out of nowhere, and I immediately looked up because I was wondering what they were reacting to. And it was just two women just, like, getting pressed up against each other, like, you know, getting the fucking, like, you know, just, you know, the smooch, like, you know, just wet hot, like, smooch action going on, you know, some sexy shit, you know? Like, you know, honestly, you know, not a bad little bit, you know, of a scene. You know, I was just like, I didn't think anything of it. I couldn't even give a fuck. I was just like, oh, okay. Like, if it was, like, a man and a woman, which, by the way, if that was the case, if it was a male character smooching hardcore on a female character, they would not give a fuck. But because it was 2 women, and also, by the way, they would react the same way if it was 2 men. If it was that, oh my god, they, like, it was just like, what the, oh my, it was so stupid. And honestly, a part of me wanted to say something, but I knew it would just end up, you know, being a ridiculous fucking argument that, you know, was worthless. But I just would, you know, but a part of me was just like, wait, what's going on? You know, like, cause I looked, I'm like, wait, what's the problem? What's going on here? But but my head, in my mind, I immediately knew what it was. I didn't need them to answer that. I just wanted to, like, a part of me just maybe I should have been like, wait, why is this an issue? Be like, okay, you know, even if you don't necessarily think it's, you know, a great thing, I mean, you know, it's something that's, like, you know, normalized, and I think it's okay, and honestly, it should be okay, like, because, you know, it's, you know, we're all adults, you know, like, I mean, we're all adults here. Like, I mean, I honestly was not caring about the show until you fucking freaked out about it, and now I want to defend it. Like, I mean, so it's just like, I mean, come on. Like, that's also something weird. Like, like, sometimes these conservative motherfuckers will just, like, throw some shit out there to be outraged over, where it's just like, literally any other circumstance at any other point in my life, I could not give an iota of a fuck about. But it's like the Mr. Potato Head shit. Like, honestly, is there gonna be any point in my life I'm gonna give a fuck about that? No. But oh no, Mr. Potato Head is now just Potato Head. Oh, outrage. It's just like, who in the actual fuck as an adult is thinking about that? Like, who gives a shit? Like, it's shit like this. It's like, wait, are we still children? Like, are we still, like, acting like we're 12-year-olds? Like, or, like, 8-year-olds freaking out about, like, like, honestly, it makes me wonder, do some of these people honestly, legitimately have, like, because honestly, I really do feel like some of them do. I mean, look at the Cheeto Man himself, right? As an example. Like, I just look at these motherfuckers, I'm like, are some of you legitimately, honestly, do have the mentality of children? Like, do they? Like, do they actually, like, because honestly, like, there is the jokes and the memes about how sometimes, you know, we need to treat, you know, some people like children, but it's just like, honestly, I look, you know, I really think about it sometimes, I'm like, honestly, some people really haven't developed beyond their childhood, haven't they? And I'm like, maybe we, like, what the fuck? Honestly? Maybe some people, you know, are still, like, children in some extent. I mean, more so than others, evidently. It's just like, what the fuck? Because they, especially with this outrage over the stupidest shit. Like, I mean, Steven Crowder, like, that last thing we were looking at earlier. Like, before this Crenshaw thing that we've, you know, seen a bunch of times at this point. Like, I mean, like, oh, you know, the outrage of, like, you know, these weird little, like, quotes that we can just, like, manipulate in our own weird ways so we can act like a bunch of children outraged over it because, God forbid, that, like, you know, civil disobedience is a fucking thing, and violence is a thing, and civil instability is a thing. We must have, like, this, you know, very stringent, you know, Peachy King fantasy law and order, you know, childlike, you know, mentality about how things are. It's like, oh my god. Man, like, I feel like this is more just on a fundamental level a failure of the education system, but I really do feel like it's more than that. There's more than that, you know, when it comes to some of this shit. Like, it can't just be strictly rolled off as that. There's other shit at play, and it's like, man, what the fuck? Like, I could probably think of some examples. I mean, you got, like, the grifters and the hucksters that are really good charismatically and oratorically manipulating fucking people and all that shit and being snake oil salesmen, yada yada. You got that element too. You got, so there's two different variables. You know, so like I mean, there's the money variable. There's the fucking like. I don't know, like, there's. I feel like I'm trying to think of shit that's not really like outside. I'm more just like psychological of that person itself. Which is weird because, like, yeah, I'm thinking both of my parents, which are both, you know, because both of them are right-leaning to one degree or another. But I look at myself, it's just like, so I don't, what is, oh my god, I don't even know. It's like one of those questions about, like, the universe. It's like, you know, we're never gonna know what it was before the Big Bang. It's like one of those type of questions. Like, we're never gonna be able to answer it. I don't think that'll ever be answered. God damn it.
Debated her! Yeah, get fucked, dumbass! Don't ever come in here with that bullshit. Bum, 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 bum.
Wait, what is going on? Whoa, he's just going John Cena on our ass. What happened?
With me, like, I'm a tactical Marine Corps Navy SEAL veteran, and I will send a Hellfire missile strike your way. Do you know how many times
Let's go? That's right, brother.
Whenever we got fire coming our way, when I was in Afghanistan, and we would just fucking stand behind a hill and call in for airstrikes, I will do that to you right now. I've done that to Afghan children. I will do that to American children as well.
Don't question my face.
They're fucking booing him. I am a fucking veteran, okay? I went.
Shame on all of you.
Fist fight children at my local Applebee's.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Perfect pause. Perfect. Oh my god. Anyway, I actually was just gonna say, like, honestly, I would not be surprised, and I kind of wish he did a little bit, if he went out there was just like, you all booing me? How dare you? You're being disrespectful to a U.S. Marine, or a U.S. veteran, or whatever fucking branch he served in. Like, I honestly, if he did that, I just would be like, oh my god, yes. It would have been great.
Freedom of speech, freedom of travel, freedom of movement, freedom to catch these fucking hands, dumbass 12-year-old.
Yeah, you don't talk to a kid like that. Yeah, boo.
No question.
I love how he's getting heckled.
About all of these things.
Boo!
But don't question my faith.
Sacrilege!
Do not fucking question my faith, dude. He fucking destroyed her. That was pretty tight. He literally thought he was back in the Korengal Valley for a second. He had flashbacks, okay? He's like, this is Bagram Air Base, and that is a, 14-year-old shy boy walking over, okay? And I do not like that at all. Not one bit.
I didn't question your faith, and this is what you said.
I mean, you can hear the part again.
Last time a 14-year-old shy boy questioned my faith, I killed them. That's right. And guess what? I got the taste of blood. I'm unafraid to do it again.
Nowhere in that court am I saying...
Intent Warhawk strike. That's what it was, brother.
Of course he's the son of God. Of course he's the son of God, and of course he's real.
You can say two different things. You can say that on a podcast, and you can say this here.
On the podcast, nobody would have understood it that way. I think you're twisting it that way.
Oh my god. By the way, I have no idea what happened here. Like, I totally missed the part where she was talking about the kid.
Which is not very Christian.
Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon.
I don't even get that. I don't know why they started doing that. Like, isn't Brandon supposed to be a reference to Joe Biden? I don't even know. But, like... He's arguing with a child. I know! He's literally arguing with a child! It's like, dude, just... You could literally be like... Honestly... here's how he could have gotten out of this okay. He could have been like, hey, you know, why, I was saying that because, like, when it came to those two different archetypes, it was a Freudian slip. Jesus, was a real human being because I'm a weird Christian foo-foo weirdo. So obviously given that context, blah, blah, blah. But, like, so Jesus is a real person in comparison to, Superman. So you have real human archetypes like Jesus, Rosa Parks, blah, blah, blah. And then you have, fake, hero archetypes like Superman and blah, 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 whatever the fuck. It's like he could have easily just, like, fucking made it like some easy, benign bullshit thing, and none of this would have happened if he just answered it like that. Like, straight up. I could have made a better answer to this, and I'm a fucking anti-theist fucking lefty fuck. Like, are we serious? Like, you don't have to do this, don't question my faith, you pestilent worm. Weird shit. Like, are we serious?
Come on, boys, pick it up. Let's go, Brandon. Put some Let's Go Brandons up in the chat. He implied that Jesus wasn't real and the girl was calling him out on it. Dude, I love that. That's awesome. So they're booing him because he's saying that Jesus and Superman aren't real, but Rosa Parks and Ronald Reagan is, and they're upset because here's the video she's quoting Dan Crenshaw from.
We could have said something like, well, I met Superman was inspired by Jesus, which I know isn't true, but these people have probably bought it. Yeah, I mean, honestly, he could have said literally anything else, and
that's the important thing is that we have societal hero archetypes that we look up to. Jesus is a hero archetype. Superman is a hero archetype. Real characters too. You could name 1,000. Rosa Parks, Ronald Reagan. All of these people embody have society.
I mean, the worst thing that he said is like Ronald Reagan is a hero archetype.
Yeah, honestly, the worst thing he said there was that in that quote. But honestly, he could have easily manipulated that and fucking, like, recontextualized that into some other bullshit, dude. He could have easily have done something else. Like, oh my god, he could have, Crenshaw, hire me. I can fucking, like, make your shit a lot better than this. Like, come on, dude.
Dad, God, they're such fucking neck-bearded dweebs, dude. Just throw the whole fucking movement away, okay? I love watching shit like this because it's like, who cares? Just have fun. Have fun with that.
Dead up and work. I mean, if anything, Ronald Reagan has set the precedent to the fucking paradigm that we have now, so fuck that cretinous, parasitical piece of shit. And also, he came out of Hollywood, and these conservatives hate the Hollywood types, right? But yet, one of the fucking gods that they venerate is Reagan.
This is probably how conservatives feel when there's like a bunch of dumbasses who keep coming into my fucking chat and being like, dude, you're fucking fake leftist, you're actually hurting the movement. I'm doing so much more for the movement, dog. By posting the way I'm posting, your posts are bad for the movement. Like, you know what I mean? That's like, it's awesome. And everybody else watches from the outside and goes, that's fucking stupid. You're stupid. I'm
actually doing anything wrong. Some people just want to have them because he was one of the good ones. Yeah, whatever. Good ones.
Failing. And that is basically the same, like, equivalent on the right of what the fuck's going on here.
It's not. And I'm not going to have my faith question. I'm not going to have my faith question.
Why not, bitch? Are you coward?
He absolutely...
For a veteran and for a fucking man who saw some service out in the field of combat and shit, you look like a fucking coward and a pussy. Like, aren't you supposed to be somebody, like, why, I love this whole, like, you don't question my faith, thing. It's like, wait, aren't you supposed to be, like, especially if it comes from someone like Crenshaw being a vet. It's like, wait, haven't you seen, like, The Line of Duty and all that shit, right? Haven't you seen some shit? You lost an eye, so evidently you did. Like, I mean, so it's like, like, whatever. Like, whatever your service is, that's what that is. Like, I'm not gonna fucking, like, get deep into that shit. That's not the fucking shit I'm fucking on. it's the fucking, you know, the fact that, like, oh, you know, you're doing this whole cowardly, don't question my faith shit. It's like, if you're somebody who's been into service and shit, and it was a veteran so much that you lost your eye and that type of shit, then what's this weird pussy coward shit where a 10-year-old is challenging you ideologically and you can't even fight against that? Like, dude, you're looking like a bitch. And what's like Salvation Army? I mean, at least in, you know, the IWW, or at least, you know, what the Wobblies would call the Salvation Army, the Starvation Army. And by the way, yeah, that's actually true. In the red book here, red song book, there's actually this song called The Preacher and the Slave. That was written by Joe Hill. That you'll see it in here. Page 49. And the Starvation Army, meaning Salvation Army, they play, they sing, they clap, and they pray until they got all your coins on the drum, and then they'll tell you you're on the bum. Salvation Army, super shady. Well, the IWW understood that, in the words by Joe Hill, first appearance in 1911, in the tune of Sweet By and By. I mean, here's the full lyrics of it. Lawn care preachers come out every night, try to tell you what's wrong and what's right. But when asked about something to eat, they'll tell you, voices so sweet, you'll eat by and by in that glorious land above the sky way up high. Work and pray, live on A, you'll get pie in the sky when you die. That's a lie. And the Starvation Army, they play. And when they sing, they clap, they pray until they get all your coin on the drum. Then they'll tell you when you're on the bum, and the chorus over again. If you fight for the good things in life, they'll tell you to stop all the strife, or be a sheep for the bosses, they say, or to hell you are sure on the way. Working folk of all countries unite, side by side for freedom we fight. When the world and its wealth we have gained, to the grafters we sing this refrain. You will eat by and by, when you've learned how to cook and to fry. Chop some wood till do you good, and you'll eat in that sweet by and by, and that's no lie. So... At least when it comes to the labor movement, shit, starvation... this, you know, fuck it. The Starvation Army was also known to be a shady, crooked fuck of an organization. So... I mean, it kind of said it in the second verse, too. When they got all their coins on the drum, then they'll tell you you're on the bum. Which is usually how a lot of religious churches go by anyway. You know, I'll just give a couple bucks to my homeboy. That's technically my roommate's whiskey, but he says he doesn't care, so I'll just give him a little bit of recompensation with a little something tomorrow. Got the day off. I can afford it. But fuck the Starvation Army. I mean, my uncle actually used to like going there for like the thrift store element of it and donating there and shit, which, you know, I can get because he's like he was, because he's dead now, but he was you know, kind of a Christian type and shit. I always try to be like, hey, go to Goodwill. Like, I tried to keep pushing the whole Goodwill thing, and he was like, yeah, Goodwill's good too, blah, blah, blah. Like, he would always be like that, but just never did. And it's like, man, I mean, he was kind of stuck in his ways, but whatever. I think it was just because he, you know, actually got, you know, some help, you know, in his past, you know, from shit like that. Because he was somebody, ooh, nice. He was somebody that, you know, struggled as well, and always had, honestly. You know, and was somebody that, you know, like, you know, would always try to find ways to, you know, seek help and shit when he needed it. And yeah, I guess, you know, for him, and, you know, just considering his beliefs and shit, Salvation Army was something that was there for him or whatever. Regulated services. Yeah, I mean, it really is. On top of being very homophobic as well. Has some pretty homophobic tendencies to their nature, you know, of how they operate. Their claims of charitableness is questionable, though. Exactly, yeah. Which is why I'm not exactly fond of them. But also my uncle... Well, I mean, also, by the way, caveat, my uncle is, you know, not necessarily biological. He just used to date my mom back in the day. And then they found each other on Facebook again back in like 2014 or 2013 or some shit. And lived with me ever since. Like, so for all intents and purposes, I might as well consider him an uncle, but he wasn't actually an uncle, but yeah, nonetheless, I just call him an uncle. But he died back in 2020 and shit. You know, not due to COVID, but due to cancer, but... I mean, you know, either way, like, he was a very fucking interesting character. I'll give him that. Honestly, like, I mean, if you go back on my YouTube channel and look at some of my streams from years back, like, back from, like, 2018, 19, 20, and shit like that, like, I mean, at least when I was doing them on YouTube, like, you'll see him, and he's... You'll understand. Like, you'll understand what I mean. He's a quirky character. But, nonetheless, I love him, though. They say to help disabled and disadvantaged people somehow, and that's not as true as Google would like to claim. Salvation Army near me sucks. Yeah. I don't know about the one near me, because I know there's one next to me. I mean, I know you would know more next, but 82nd. You probably know what I'm talking about. I mean, I'm never near there, so I don't know. I never go down there for any reason. Exactly. Yeah. Like, me and my friends were always more about goodwill more than anything. Because while they might be questionable about their shit, I mean, at least it's better than Salvation Army, or the Starvation Army. Go on the east side by the Pound Outlet, off of 99 on Ochoko. Look at you, baby. So sweet. I feel like it implies there's a good Salvation Army center, which I find hard to believe. Yeah, really. You know what? Hold on. Just give me a mood. Hold on. Yeah. Well, hold on. Sismonian folkways. I'm sure that's okay. Depends what's right. When asked about something to eat, your answer in voices is sweet. You will eat by and by in the glorious land in the sky, way up high, work and pray and live on hay. You will pie in the sky when you die. That's a lie. The Salvation Army, they pray, and they sing and they sap and they pray. And your coins on the drum, and they'll tell you you're on the bum. You'll eat by and by in that glorious land in the sky, way up high, work and pray Live on, hey. You'll get pie in the sky when you die. That's a lie. Holy wooders and cuppers come out. Cause y'all are and they clap and they shout. They're gonna need the Jesus they say. And you'll cure all your diseases someday. You will eat by and by in the glorious land in the sky. Way up high, work and pray. Live on, eh? You'll get pie in the sky when you die. That's a lie. That worked. 17's choco. No, what choose you now? I'll think about it. Do better, we fight and we'll fight. The wilderness wealth we have gained. And the critters will sing this refrain. We would eat by and by. And they learn how to cook and to fry. Get some wood, they'll do you good. And you'll eat in this sweet by and by. That's no lie. Like, if you know how to get 17 to Tacoma, it's just 5 inches after that. Oh, really? Shit. Yeah, I know where that is. That's like really close to, like a max stop that I know of. Yeah. I'm pretty sure the Smithsonian Folkways, what's it called? Recordings? Yeah, so Smithsonian Folkways recordings. Like, I'm pretty sure they're not copyright digit. Pretty sure the Smithsonian's okay. Good tune. I mean, it's an old one. I mean, it honestly goes back even further because it's in the tune of Sweet and By and By. But Joe Hill decided to change the lyrics up a little bit. I like this one too. I'm gonna be nice and toasty for this. 50,000 lumberjacks, 50,000 packs, 50,000 dirty rolls of blankets on their backs, 50,000 minds made up to strike like men. In 50 years they packed a bed, but never will again. Such a lot of devils, they what the paper says. They go on the strike for shorter hours and then they're raising pay. They left the camps, the lazy tramps, they've all the act as one. They later left the back to build their bosses on their bum. 50,000 wooden bunks full of things that crawl. 50,000 widows of men have left them once for all. One by one they dare not say they love us much too long. They can shout them down because they are 50,000 strong. Such a lot of devils is what the papers say. They turn the strike for shorter hours and hand the raisin pay. They left their camps to lazy tramps, they've all walked out as one. They say they'll win the strike or put their bosses on the bum. It's actually a really easy song. It's only in G and E or G and C. It's a little like kind of Irish twang. I like it. Little Irish for you. So take a tip, Mr. Boss, and plan some cozy rooms. 6 or 8 spring beds in each, and towels, sheets, and brooms. Shower baths and men at work would keep them well and fit. The laundry room, the dry room would help a little bit. Get into dishes, wipe and clean, good pure food to eat. The cookhouse help enough to keep the table neat. Tap a bell for rails work, treat the boys like men. And 60,000 lumberjacks may come to work again. And 60 all the devils, that's what the papers say. They go on strike for shorter hours and they're raising pay. They left the camps to lazy tramps, they've all walked out as one. They later win the strike or put their bosses on their bum. Happy Squirrel Day. I'm gonna make sure my squirrels are extra fed tonight. I'll make sure of that. And when it's Dog Appreciation Day, Zukov is gonna get spoiled beyond fucking recognition. Like, I know that much. I wish my 6th string was fully stringed. I'm upset that my D string is not in order. That is upsetting. Because I just play these songs instead of just singing them. Because then I could do both. I actually know an artist that actually would not be succumbed to YouTube copyright shit, actually. That I can kind of sing along to, because why not? Because the record label for this is literally the United Automotive Workers of America, like the UAW. So, I mean, I don't think they're going to be very stringent about this, you know what I mean? I don't think they would. I don't want your millions, mister. I don't want your diamond rings. All I want is the right to live, mister. Give me back my job again. I don't want your old voice, mister. I don't want your desert yacht. All I want is a good time, baby. Give me my old job back. I don't want millions, mister. All I want is diamond rings. All I want is the right to live, mister. Give me back my job again. Now we work to build this country, mister. Now you've been told to apply for these. You so and all to vote for, mister. Don't want children starve and freeze. I don't want the millions, mister. I don't want diamond rings. All I want is the right to live, mister. Give me back my job again. I know this one's a pretty easy one too. I haven't learned it yet though. Sounds like a sucker with one chord, specifically. If I had to take a gander, I'm pretty sure this is Pete Seeger that wrote this. I'm looking it up. You think me dumb, if you wish, mister. Without me greedy or red, is the one thing that I don't, mister. The only children must be fed. I don't want your millions, mister. I don't want diamond rings. All I want is the right to live, mister. And give me back my job again. Alright, let's see. What's the chords on this bad boy? What's the chords on the song? Before I plays the other one. D flat, G flat, A flat, A. Oh, that's easy. Is it capo anywhere? Nope. Open. So D flat, G flat, A flat. Oh wait, hold on. It's D flat, G flat, second chord, A flat, fourth chord. Okay. All right. And then just a regular A chord. I mean, I won't be able to play it, but I can at least finger that. Alright, what's going on here? D flat would be... Okay, it would be basically... That... Oh my fucking god. Jesus Christ, this chord is confusing. Hold on. Fucking hell, that's the 4th fret? Okay. Jesus, this is... Okay, oh my god, look at this. Hold on. Look what I have to look at. Look at this shit. Look at this fucking... Oh my sweet Amelia fucking goddamn Bedelia! What have I done? No! What have I done? Does it bring it back up? No, it doesn't. Fuck you. How dare thee? And we'll bring it back up. Here. Look at this shit. Look at the shit that I have to deal with. Look at this. Oh my god. Load longer, why don't you? Okay, look at that. Look at that D minor. Can I zoom in on it? I can't. It's that far left one. Look at that shit. 4th fret on the okay, oh my god. It's 4th and then a 3rd, so you got, oh my sweet Amelia goddamn Bedelia. And then it's just like, I mean, I can't capo the 1st fret because of the A chord. Wait, where's the A chord in all this? Is there an A chord? Oh, it's at the end of it. Give me back my job again. Okay, I see where it comes into. Okay. It's at the very end of it. Motherfuck, dude. Man, this is actually a harder song than it looks. Oh my god, what the fuck? And then it's just that, like, bar chord shit where there's the 2nd chord where it's... Oh my fucking Christ alive, dude. Okay, that song would require some practice. Holy shit. Man, look at that shit. That's fucking ridiculous. I thought it was gonna be... I thought it was gonna be a little easier than that. Goddamn. I was hoping it would be a little bit easier, but nope. That's not gonna be easy at all. MC. Hey, what's up, Rip City? I'm looking at the song or the chords for I Don't Want Your Millions, Mister by the Almac singers. And the chords are a lot more complicated than I thought. I mean, you just saw D minor, G minor, A minor, but the G minor is in the 2nd fret bar chord shit. A minor is the 4th fret bar chord shit. I mean, that's actually easier than it looks, but like, man, that song is harder than I thought. It sounds easy, but chord-wise, it's harder than it looks. But you know what? I'm willing to tackle it because that song is awesome. I mean, honestly, a lot of the chord progressions for a lot of these labor songs are pretty great. Actually, the album that Tom Jurevich that I actually have up here. Hold on, I can pull it up. I can pull it back up again. I mean, this album right here, specifically, if it wants to pull it, can you like be right there? Thank you. Thank you, prick. But yeah, this album right here is actually pretty good by Tom Jurevich. This right there. But when it comes to like the different labor songs, especially in like a little bit of a modernized sense, it's actually, you know, it's pretty good little album to check out when it comes to kind of generalized example of it. Because that song, I Don't Want Your Millions, Mister, I mean, there's a lot of different recordings of it, but I think my specific personal favorite is actually the one off of this album, specifically by this artist. And the only recording of it, or at least on YouTube, is this one specifically, where the full album's on. Because there's a couple other songs that are separate that are from that album, but not a lot. There's only a couple of them. Because there's actually a few songs, and one that I actually found out, which is how I discovered this guy in the first place, the song, which is the name of the album, Rising Again. It's actually in the song. It's actually in this, the Little Red Songbook. It's in here, and it's actually kind of near the end of the booklet. And I was like, huh, I wonder who this guy is. And I looked him up, and I tried finding the song, and this album came up, and it's actually at the very end at the album. So I was like, oh. But that's the only recording of that song online on YouTube, at least, is off of this album. At least for that song, too. It's like, shit. Some of these later songs you can't even find. Unless, you know, you got something like that, I guess. It's like, Jesus. I guess sometimes you just gotta be lucky. But there's actually one thing I noticed about the Little Red Songbook in here is that some of the chords in some of the songs are actually not correct. Because there's a few songs that I found in here, but I'll find the chords online and I'll hear the recordings of a song and play over the chords I would play in here versus the ones I will find online, and the ones online are actually accurate comparison to the ones I would find, you know, in here. So it's like, I don't really want to like do anything to this, like add anything, like add corrections and shit, but a part of me wants to like add corrections to like chords and stuff a little bit. At least in the minimal, I'm gonna make photocopies of this. Oh, speaking of which, I found that song Rising Again. It's actually right here. This is how I found it. So here's like the actual fucking music piece for it. If it's visible, which it is. So you can see right there. It says the artist right there. I think yeah, this is the first appearance of the song in the Little Red Songbook right here. So, it's in the chords of D, G, D. So, D, G, E, A, and that's it. Very simple song. It's actually a fun little song to play to, too. I'm actually going to play the rest of this little album, too. Because the version of Which Side Are You On is actually really good, too. Let me go. It's right there. Sickoff's right there. Whoa! Which side are you on? It's a worker, and I'm a worker's son, and I'll stick with the union till every battle's won. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? 1 year. What's this? 1 year in here for $30 billion. You have nothing. Can you do it? Nope. I'm a worker's daughter, and I'll stick with the union to gamma and high water. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? Which side are you on? Damn Big Pepsi. It's also a Big Southern Comfort. I have whiskey in here. I'm assuming food is concluded, but still. Well, included. Well, yeah. I'm assuming food and shit like that's included, but overall, like, I mean, books, movies, nothing. Well, like, I'm assuming like a pen and notebook is like, okay, it's nothing. So nothing like that's included. Nah, fuck that. It feels like no outside contact, but you can have like books and, you know, notebooks and pens and stuff like that to write stuff and draw shit. I'd say sure. Outside of that, no. For how long? A year? No. $30 billion? Fuck that. No amount of money would make me do that. Somehow that makes it even worse. It actually tastes pretty good though. So fuck you, I don't know. Oh, also this preacher and his slave, he did this too. When preachers come out every night. I love his version. You'll get why. Ask about something to eat. He'll answer in voices as sweet. You will leave by and by. In a glorious land in the sky, way up high, work and pray, live on hay. You'll get pie in the sky when you die, that's a lie. The Salvation Army, they pray. They sing and they clap and they say, they got all your coins on the drum. And they'll thrill you, you're on the bum. You will leave by and by. And in that beautiful land in the sky, way up high, work and pray, live on hay. And you get pie in the sky when you die, that's a lie. You've worked hard for your children and your wife, or your husband, and to jump into it in your life. There's different a bad man, they say. And this die, you will surely go to hell. You will leave by and by. In that beautiful land in the sky. I really love how he just like quickly adds "or your husband" into that fucking lyric. I love how very quickly and just sly he just does that. It's very like gender equal with this. Side by side with for freedom we'll fight. And there's zero in this wealth we have gained. And the Baptists will sing this refrain. We'll leave by and by. When you learn how to cook and how to fry. Chop some wood that do you good. And you will eat in that sweet by and by.
That song was written by Joe Hill, one of the most famous labor songwriters of all time. Joe Hill was a member of the IWW.
I'll just let this play out.
Or the Wobblies, as they were called back then. And it was Joe's songs that got that movement singing in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, there were some folks who didn't want to see him continue. He was framed on a murder charge. And on November 18th, 1915, he was executed. But earlier that night, some of his friends gathered around outside. Big Bill Hayward, Elizabeth Flynn. He heard that they were sad.
Stop mauling to you. Well, it's the middle of the night for me, but hello, I'm heavily drunk.
3 words. He said, don't mourn, organize. And that night, too, he put together his last will and testament.
I actually know where this is in here.
My will is easy to decide, for there is nothing to divide. My kid, no need to fuss or moan. Where is it? Monsters who cling to Rolling Stone. My body, I choose. I would into ashes it reduce. My battery breeze a blow. The silk flowers blow. Cause I've some faded flowers in will come to life and bloom again.
That's my last and final will. Good luck to all of you, Joe Hill. That's actually in here, too, by the way. I was trying to find that in the midst of that, but this little poem in here is actually in there. And this is actually a final will. It was written in his cell before he was executed on the night before. And honestly, overall, all in all, it's a really beautiful poem. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Well, of course not. All that fun. Zukoff, can I help you over there? Look at you. Look at you. Don't paw at me. Don't give me that. Yeah. You give me that paw. Aww. Come here. Come here, baby. No, Zukoff, come here. Come here. Come here, baby. How's Pop soon? He ain't doing so bad. He just fed the cats, so he's probably sleeping at this point. Hey, baby. Now, how about the pups? How you doing? Oh, what are you doing, huh? Oh. Hey, Chungus. Look at you. Oh. Ah. Oh, you sweet baby. You're just a sweet baby boy, yes he is. Oh, look at you. I think he needs a treat. Yeah, he does, don't you? You just need a little treat, don't you, baby? Don't you? I give you a treat. Here. The chat is enticing me to spoil you. Even though, oh my god, holy shit, you're fucking, oh my god. Hey, hold on. Paw. No, paw. You can give me a paw while you're, oh my fucking god, you're a psycho. Paw, paw. Paw. No, paw. Paw, hey. Paw. You can give me a paw while you're hanging out here on your, you know what, fuck you. Fuck you, you don't, you know you can give me a paw, but you're just being a weirdo. Oh. You're a weirdo. You're a fucking weirdo. Truly acts like a child. He is. You are. You're just still a puppy. You're just still a little puppy baby. You just don't even know that you're just still like a little puppy. Look at you. You're just a little baby. You're just a little baby. You're just a sweet bye-bye. What are you doing? You're such a dork. Oh my goodness, you're such a baby. Hey. Can we get that? Can we get those feet going? Can we get the feet going? Oh, look at those little feet. Oh, we got the feet going, yeah. Look at those little, look at that foot. Look at that little foot. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, look at that little foot go. Look at that foot going crazy. Look at that little, look at you, you're going crazy. You're going crazy. You're going crazy, boy. Look at you, you're going crazy. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, you're going crazy. Oh, you're just a crazy boy. Oh, boy. Pick a little dog in the morning. I mean, 3:40 in the morning. I guess that's technically morning. We're gonna redoing tricycle hanging back. You know, honestly, like, I've actually thought about that, because honestly, if I refurbished that, maybe like, you know, redid some of the paint. I mean, honestly, the paint isn't even necessarily bad. It's actually just needs some polishing up, some dusting. Maybe those like little string things on the end, like those are probably going to be stiff and shit, so maybe those might be replaced. But outside of that, like, I bet that bell still works. Let's see if that bell still works. You know, I've never tested the bell out of all this, you know, let's see. Well, I don't know what I broke there, but you know what? That fucking bell works, so let's go! Dude, that bell works. Dude, so that thing can easily be refurbished. Dude, that could be refurbished, and I could sell that easy for like a couple $100. I mean, honestly, it doesn't even need that much refurbishing, because it's all, the only thing that's happened is to collect the dust and maybe some, you know, bullshit, but it's the bullshit. But like, I mean, outside of that, I mean, you know, like a little touch up, a little, you know, touch of love. I mean, that can sell for a pretty decent price. I mean, honestly, I probably won't even need to replace the little things on the handles. Like, I could probably just, you know, refurbish those up enough, and they'll probably, you know, be revived as good as new. I've thought about that, honestly, for quite a long time. Because, I mean, it's possible. Susan Marbles. His baby. Ooh, so cute. You got a thick ass mane, bro. When you grow old, when you get to be a big boy and an adult, you're gonna have the most thickest big mane. Oh my god. Use a little handheld torch for the handles. Little handheld torch? That could probably work. Just kind of low. It's kind of like that, you know. Clean from the age, just like, yeah. I mean, honestly, like, it's been there since I've been like 5 to 6 years old. Like, ever since that age, it's been up there. So probably about like 18, 20 years, give or take. But yeah, honestly, you know, I've thought about it. It probably could sell for a pretty penny. Time flies while we get. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Like, honestly, I didn't, you know, like, when I realized that I was working for 6 years at the place that I worked at, I was just like, what the fuck? It only felt like 5 years ago, like a couple months ago. So it's just like, damn, son. So it's like, yeah, honestly, you know, time does definitely fly. I mean, I'm only like fucking 24 and it feels like that and shit. Oh, little baby. Little Zuko. Alright, here. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick, but here. I'm gonna pull a little fun thing up for the hell of it in the meantime. I'll be right back, so don't you worry. It'll be a little bit.
When you hear the word troglodyte, you...
Whoa! I skipped way too far ahead.
That's where,
Don't want to spoil it now.
When you hear the word troglodyte, you probably think of someone that's ignorant and bullheaded. TJ. However, troglodyte originally just meant cave dweller. While this way of living may seem primitive, certainly wasn't unintelligent. In fact, burying homes deep within the earth might even be our best chance of survival in this increasingly extreme world. Living underground has more amenities and possibilities than you might think. So today, crazy ways of living underground. You deep have right.
Oh yeah, I mean, hey, you know, you see a lot of these movies where, you know, know, the surface world is a fucking in shambles, and
You have to
humanity
go underground, dude.
has
That's how. Yeah, that's how it
moved
works.
on to become a subterranean fucking species.
We gotta go down. This whole episode is kind of born out of just like me and my wife kind of jerking each other off about like the possibilities of buying a piece of land and having any kind of house we want on it. And you know, me being an old fucking Hobbit Hole fan, I was like, what's a Hobbit Hole run? And turns out, like, depending on where you get them, they're not that much more expensive and can actually be cheaper than houses that are above ground, since they tend to be smaller.
I've actually seen some people that have converted like old bomb shelters and stuff into houses, you know?
So, pretty cool stuff, you know, kind of piqued my interest, so I thought I'd pull an episode about it. And we're going to start the episode tonight in Matmata, Tunisia. You got to share that screen with me there, T.
Oh, shit, sorry, bro.
Hey, no big deal.
Here you go.
What are you doing, TJ?
Boom.
You drunk, TJ?
I'm drunk, Scotty.
Scotty
drunk. Oh, I'm fucked up.
That explains a lot.
Scotty, you son of a bitch. You betrayed me. Yeah.
Did you roofie him, Scotty? Did you roofie TJ again?
He's always.
I didn't do nothing.
I wake up, there's fucking half my shit's gone.
So desert settlements in Tunisia have a wonderful underground home style built to avoid this intense heat and strong winds that you get with the desert. While the coast of Tunisia has mild Mediterranean weather, the central and southwest parts of the country bleed into the infamously extreme Sahara Desert. So definitely not, you know, Mediterranean weather.
A quite hospitable environment, if I recall correctly.
The population there has a long history of using the surrounding resources to build near-perfect dwellings for this extreme climate. The homes are made by digging a large pit, some 7 meters or 23 feet deep, and 10 meters or 33 feet wide, and then around the sides of the...
Silkoff running around like a fucking psycho and swiped me, sidewinded me. Jesus. Oh. It's got like all this muddiness all over me. Like, oh, goddamn. Psycho dog. Looking like dog shit. It's just mud. I mean, it's just mud from the front yard, but oh my god. He fucking got me good. Running around like a little psycho, and then like and then I'm just like, whoa. I turn back and he just boom gets my leg and just knocks me down like, oh shit, whoa. You little psycho. Blame dog, the poor guy. No, it really was. I'm not even fucking kidding. It was the dog. I'm being serious. I'm not even kidding. I'm being serious. I might be drunk, but shit, I'm not that much of a lush. Like, I walked into... Oh my god, talking... Oh, whatevs, dude. Like... It was like, dude. Oh my! Oh, you know what? Next time I take a piss, I'm taking a stream outside of me. Then fine. I'll do that then. How about that? How about that? You get to hear my business out in the bushes. Pick a spot out in the front yard and just bush it out. I mean, it's the middle of the night. No one's seen. Who gives a shit? Oh, you're a crazy boy. God, rip one. Oh, yeah, I'm definitely doing it. I will admit though, like actually, this episode came out today of Deep Fried. It's actually a really awesome podcast if you haven't heard of them. But they just came out about underground dwellings, and actually, I always kind of half-assedly saw it on my lunch break, but I was busy doing photo shit, so I only kind of vaguely saw it. But some of the little stuff, I was like, you know, hearing a little bit, I was like, whoa. Whoa. Because I saw a little bit of the first little bit of shit. And if you see it, you know, there a little bit, you kind of recognize it. It's actually, the kind of some of the scenes, or not necessarily scenes, but like some of the quote-unquote sets that were used in Star Wars with Tatooine. But it's because there's an actual place in Tunisia that is straight up literally like that, where they actually have like these type of dwellings where they have like these massive courtyards and shit like that, where they're like open spaces like this, but dwellings underneath are basically caves. But all in all, it's actually like in a lot of ways like more sufficient and energy efficient, and in some cases even more cheaper than having dwellings above ground. And it's like, you know, like, and I'm sure they probably mentioned it already, but like, you know, living in hobbit homes and like living underground actually is like, you know, maybe that might actually not be a bad idea, all things considered. I mean, it's more energy efficient, cooler, and, you know, in a lot of ways potentially cheaper than you know, above ground development. Then hey, it might work out. Earthships, I mean, in a way, like live like the dwarves, you know, like, you know, in the not the Elder Scrolls, what the fuck, like in the fucking Lord of the Rings and shit, dude. Just like, you know, have like these underground dwellings and be like the hobbits, like little hobbit homes.
And, before cutting artificial caves. So, Matmata has a handful of similar towns.
Like the Mesa, I was wondering why, yeah.
It's situated on a shelf of sandstone that is soft enough to excavate with hand tools, but sturdy enough to provide homes for centuries. People have been living like this in this area. So, kind of interesting.
Well, and you know, if you have, I mean, like you said, you know, you have the sandstone environment. You know, I mean, you don't want to necessarily be exposed to the elements. Caves naturally are, you know, cooler than the surrounding area.
Yep.
You know, they have like that whole cave effect.
I mean, honestly, knowing Oregon, I can see a lot of places like, I mean, actually now thinking about it, I forgot the specific war, but there was like a war with Colonel Canby that Native Americans had, but there was specifically some tactics that the Native Americans used, and it was using a lot of lava tunnels and underground like lava caves and shit like that to their advantage, where they would like pop out at different entrances and different exit points, you know, and basically ambush Union soldiers and shit like that, or the American soldiers, and then they will hide away, and basically these soldiers will start throwing dynamite and shit like that down below in one entrance. But while that's happening, these Native Americans are pretty much like, you know, on the other side of these lava tunnels by this point, you know, fucking, you know, out of harm's way and shit, finding another exit point where they have a clear line shot of the American soldiers and shit, and they'll pop out of those holes and start firing at the Union soldiers from there. It was like early versions of fucking guerrilla warfare going on right there. And it was like, damn, son. I mean, in Orga, oh my god, Orga, what the fuck? Oregon, like, I mean, especially considering its geographical history, I mean, there's a lot of lava tubes and lava tunnels and all that shit going on. I mean, so, especially, you know, given where you might be in Oregon specifically, like, there might be, like, a lot of strategical advantages, you know, let alone like environmental advantages, you know, when it comes to shelter and shit, when it comes to like these lava tubes and these lava caves that are scattered all over the place and shit throughout Oregon, let alone just Pacific Northwest in general. So I mean, it's just like, I mean, there's overall at the end, there's a reason why even like our Neolithic fucking prehistorical human ancestors, you know, like would go to caves and shit like that, because there's a lot of positive, good reasons for it, environmentally, shelter wise, you know, for warmth, like all sorts of reasons. I mean, fundamentally, just like quote unquote going underground or in the ground, at least at the very least, you know, there's some sort of, you know, thing about that, you know, about humans that are like, yeah, that's kind of a good thing. At the same time, it can be kind of fearful depending on the hole, I suppose.
This is essentially a neighborhood.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? They build a big
dig a big pit, you dig the fucking homes into the sides of the pit wall. You dig out in the middle here.
Yeah, everybody shares like a little central
like
courtyard, you know what I mean?
Everything falls for him.
Grill some
yeah, that is true, yeah.
barbecue up at night or whatever.
Yeah.
Solar panels looks like too.
Yeah, they got that little solar.
I guess
power
that's
going.
what corruption is, isn't it?
So, I didn't have that in the old days, but you know they got them now. So hey.
In this small South Tunisian Berber town, Matmata, that we're covering, a number of the local residents live in traditional underground troglodyte structures. Some of the homes are made up of multiple pits that are then connected by passageways. So it's not just like one big room cave that everybody's living in. They dig intricate rooms. They make a whole house out of it. You know what I mean? Under the ground.
I have
That's pretty fucking cool.
Actually, recently watched a video. I don't
I
know.
want one. I want one of these little places.
Somewhere else, but
like I'm sure, honestly, somewhere in the Cascade Mountains, like you know, if I like did some like exploration, you know, give me like a full year to explore the entire side of the Cascade Mountains or some shit. I'm sure I could find some crazy ass lava cave that I can excavate and fucking make into a little home and shit. Like straight up, not even fucking kidding. If not like some lava cave, like probably like some some soil and like a region of the mountain where it's actually some soft soil to where I can like build a full-on fucking cave around and shit and make like a little quote-unquote troglodyte home. Like hell yeah, dude.
a video.
Like honestly, I'm for this type of shit. Like in some ways, like I think building underground is probably honestly and really legitimately more sufficient and probably better than building higher, honestly. Like when some people are thinking we need to condense but go higher, it's like no, let's go under. That's probably better in a lot of ways. Like I mean, we have the technology when it comes to like earthquake / seismic activity protection and shit like that when it comes to these type of things, on top of the efficiency and the savings when it comes to energy and heat consumption, amongst other things. Like there's a lot of things that kind of come into play that it makes it a little bit more efficient in some ways. So it's like, I don't know. Like, I mean, obviously it can't be everywhere because, like, for example, like if you're in Louisiana, like chances are having some underground city or some shit being an idea or a concept is like beyond the picture. Like that's not even that won't work. But like for like somewhere else, like Denver or some shit or whatever the fuck, maybe who knows. We could lose some senses but gain another. Yeah. Well, I mean, the idea is necessarily that we're not permanently underground, but like we just make our living, when it comes to just living, when it comes to just like having a roof over our head, it's literally the soil that we're under and shit. It's not necessarily making our entire lives and our entire well-beings and shit strictly underground, like we're the fucking what are they called, the Falmer or some shit in the Elder Scrolls, where like we're blind, looking almost borderline ancestral fucking demon demon elves or some shit. Whatever the fuck, it's like nothing like that, but like we actually do have an ability, we still go outside and and venture out and all that shit, but when it comes to our home dwelling, it's for all intents and purposes the cave or underground, but like honestly, when you think about it, that's not necessarily too much different from how our how humans lived in the past. And honestly, as it shows today, humans still live like this. And honestly, maybe there's some benefit to it. And if anything, there's probably some legitimate positive outcomes that come from something like that. And I think, all in all, maybe it outweighs, the negatives when it comes to, how we currently, do, housing and shit like that. So, I don't know. That's one thing, a place underground. They have the, thing so hard to go underground. Yeah. I mean, all in all, it is kind of like a futuristic idea because, I mean, it's only one real way. It's not necessarily mitigator. It's just kind of like a backup to, when you think about it on a broader scale, to things like climate change and shit like that. It's kind of like a backup. Like, well, if we can't sustain above ground, we can go underground. I mean, so that can kind of help prolong our existence. But all in all, I mean, it's like, I mean, it's like it does kind of repeat itself because it can only go so far, but I mean, honestly, I think if we did actually kind of like enact some sort of policy about that, not necessarily like now, but you know, soon when it comes to something like that, I think it can be a possibility that we could, you know, have that and it's not, you know, as an ability that might prolong, you know, our existence, but at the same time use that as ability to advance technology and, you know, advance, you know, science. So when it comes to helping mitigate some of these aspects to climate change and shit, but that's like, you know, looking at Pluto, shooting a rocket at Pluto directly without any without any fucking like GPS coordination shit. Just like, I'm gonna look at Pluto for my, you know, for my telescope. All right, I'm looking at it. All right, launch the rocket. We're looking at it. We're launching right now. Boom, launch that bitch. And just hoping it hits Pluto. It's just like, I mean, you know, it's like it's literally like a 1 in a quadrillion chance, you know what I mean? But it's like, you know, what the fuck do we got? I mean, you know, it's like we're beyond the turning point, so it's like, you know, at this point, it's like I can only really see technology either being, which at this point is inevitably going to be our fucking doom, or we can let it be our saving grace. And whatever that form of saving grace is, I'm willing to take it, but there needs to be fucking something. Take a drink, swing around. Once you know they can't like it, don't. Yeah. Yeah, almost. But I mean, one thing about Elon Musk is that he's a fucking snake old charlatan. Like, all of the shit that he tries to sell as dreams are really just snake oil. I mean, it's like the Thomas Edison of our day right now. Like, ugh. I just think back to his Tesla tunnel, and I'm just like, that's a deadly hazard waiting to happen. That's just a fucking deadly hazard waiting to happen. Like, oh my god. But anyway, let's look at the positives of being underground, though. Besides Elon Musk trying to ruin it all.
Out of the ground, they had a built structure on top, and then underground they had this underground structure that they just like carved away with some very primitive tools, like some sticks with points and stuff, and they just chiseled away at it until they like chiseled this whole little like the structure down there. They had a bed base that was made out of the sandstone or whatever the material was, and all kinds of stuff.
I mean, if you've ever been in the desert, you dig a hole in the dirt with your hand, you feel how cool the dirt is just under the surface. You know what I mean? As the sun bakes down, most of that radiation, you know, eventually gets bounced back up. And so these people figured out that, like, you know, you don't need air conditioning, you can live pretty comfortably underground. It's pretty neat. So the homes are grouped around this central courtyard-like structure that you see here, and they're connected oftentimes to other courtyards with even more rooms. It's kind of like a labyrinth. So the whole town has these open-air structures that are courtyards, but you can get to them from other courtyards.
Right.
So you can go
That's fucking cool.
A network of tunnels that connect different courtyards to one another.
Yep.
Little different fucking...
It's like a little maze, almost. Like, you got, like, these little big pockets of open space, but you got, like, these little mazes of tunnels and shit in between. That's pretty fucking dope.
Stick him in a murder, TJ.
I guess so.
I'll never know how they know it was you. I guess.
Honestly, I'm thinking about the soil and, like, the geography of my local region, and honestly, all things considered, something like this can actually probably be feasible around here. Because a lot of the soil around here is, like, clay and, you know, soft silt and stuff like that. I mean, so something like this can easily be constructed and made up. Like, during the wet seasons and shit, like, there'll probably need to be more infrastructure, you know, and shit, you know, to kind of keep things more sound, all in all. Like, actual, like, kind of structures underground, so to speak, I guess. But, you know, all in all, like, it could probably work. Like, the soil is soft enough for this type of shit to be feasible. I mean, and if anything, could probably give more sturdiness and soundness to the soil on the top, with the topsoil. and if anything, probably help, benefit the ecosystem a little bit from that. So, I mean, I don't know. Like, all in all, like, depending on where you set these type of, like, underground communities up and shit, they can actually be probably beneficial to, environmentally wise, but, just also when it comes to energy efficiency and, amongst other things, too.
You don't think about the same thing, TJ?
I guess not.
Kind of start about which undergrounds they're doing.
This extraordinary place remain a mystery, although the stories that are passed down by the Berbers that live in them through the generations offer an explanation for the strange form of living. One of the most popular stories is that the village's residents were forced to build underground shelters to protect themselves from the attack of Egyptian invaders. There was a myth that monsters emerged from beneath the ground to kill land usurpers. So it was like that spread amongst the Egyptian invaders. Like,
I mean, it's not the same story, but like I was talking about, like the skirmishes and the battles that happened between Colonel Canby out here in Oregon between Native Americans that were around here, between him. Like, they used a lot of underground tunnels and, the lava tubes and shit like that, to, kind of go against these quote-unquote land usurpers that were like Colonel Canby and shit like that. So, I mean, the same type of principles kind of, used in a lot of different cultures and a lot of different, maybe not necessarily a lot, but in different cultures and different societies, throughout time, throughout different parts of time and shit when it came to that type of idea. Kind of cool. I mean, honestly, there's, it kind of shows that, at least when it comes to the human psychology, in general, I mean, there's at least, to some extent, some sort of affinity and some sort of, like kind of psychological, like, interest, or maybe not necessarily curiosity, but just, like, kind of, want to, be in this, kind of, at least to some extent, like, go underground or check out a cave or things like, like something along that, line of our, primitive nature and shit. Like, there's something about that form of us that, is, really intriguing, to us and shit. Because there's a lot of people that, go out of the way to explore abandoned mines. I mean, the fact that, like, mines in themselves exist. I mean, there's all sorts of things about, like, humans wanting to go under, on top of, going out and above as well. Like, there's something about just that form of us where we want to kind of go beyond what we're kind of, known for being on, like, on this general, like, surface plane. We want to, like, go under, but at the same time we want to go above. Like, there's something about that psychology in us that's really, like, wanting to explore beyond our, like, more quote-unquote two-dimensional plane of existence, where we want to, like, explore further beyond that. Like, going out in the clouds when it comes to flying and flight, or when it comes to going underground, when it comes to, like, mines, or underground living, or hobbit living, or whatever the fuck, all that type of shit. There's, like, some urge about us, regardless, whether it's, going up in the clouds or underground. I mean, there's some sort of affinity, psychologically to us that really wants to tap into something, one way or the other, or even a little mixture of both. Because, like, I mean, I love flying, and, there's something about, being in, like, I mean, even though it's like a sardine can, I mean, being in the window seat of a fucking commercial airliner where I at least have the opportunity to look outside and see how high I am and see the world and all that shit, having that seat, there's at least something, to that type of, like, perspective where you can at least look outside and see the world from, like, 33,000 feet or however fucking high up you are. Like, there's something about that, at least for me personally. But, I mean, I know I ain't the only one that feels that, though, where just, like, there's some sort of psychological, like, damn, when you're, like, that high up, or underground, because, whatever the fuck, because, I've been to museums and been to actual, like, underground caves and shit like that, where it's, like, you see some really cool stuff, and it's like, damn. I feel that same type of feeling when being, like, 33,000 feet up in the air or some shit. on top of being like hundreds of feet underground, or you know, seeing, you know, like a museum piece of stuff that was hundreds of feet underground or some shit. I mean, I get kind of that same psychological, like, primitive, like, gut feeling about that. Knowledge is power, knowledge is a reason for evolution, if that makes sense. I would say that maybe like a Copenos dos, like, I mean, on one hand, knowledge is power, but at the same time, you know, knowledge is also a reason for evolution, because, like, you know, knowledge of, you know, the environment around you to adapt, you know, evolutionarily over time and shit, you know, is also, you know, the key variable. But yeah, at the same time, you know, being knowledgeable about, at least, you know, in the human circumstance of things, being like knowledgeable about like the political paradigm, or, you know, about like philosophy, whatever the fuck. I mean, that in itself, you know, is, you know, also important, but not necessarily in the same way, but at least in, you know, it's in its own way, in itself at least. Now we're up to 40. Yeah, I mean, even then, we can't necessarily totally comprehend that when it comes to 4D. I mean, I think the closest we can really comprehend 4D right now is to, like, with something like a Tesseract cube. And even then, that doesn't 100% totally explain 4D. That just gives us the most closest representation of 4D that we can get to right now. Within our own perspective, at least.
Don't trust that. There'll be monsters down there.
Well, I mean, if you've not looked at this culture, it kind of does look creepy.
Yeah, I mean, it would be definitely completely different from the way that you're used to living, and you can imagine, like, you know, these things kind of dotted around the landscapes, all these secret tunnels and shit. These warriors.
Other than at noon, you got some. I mean,
Rock
you got
5G.
a perfect like shading thing. Other
Comes
than like
Jetsons.
when they're
I hope.
the sun is, like,
Sure, but at that point, you're often
but, you know.
you're back in the cave somewhere. You know what I mean? Where it's hot.
But for most of the day, this courtyard has a natural shading, you know.
Because of the circular nature of it. So yeah, it just occludes a lot of the sun on one side and then the other. So it also makes sure that everybody's door gets a little bit of sun during the day, you know what I mean? But not all day. Pretty neat. It was not generally known that there were even regular settlements in this area, besides wandering nomadic tribes, until just over about 50 years ago. Impressively, the existence of this underground habitation was a little-known phenomenon until around 1969. That year, there was a huge rainstorm, apparently, in the area.
I saw my children how I remember how fast we advanced. 8 tracks to cassettes. I mean, honestly, like, considering the last, like, 20 to 30 years, I mean, shit. Like, I mean, growing up for me, I mean, it feels like we advanced a lot.
For 22 days, and actually forced these people who had been living in these structures for hundreds of years to, like, evacuate ship. You know what I mean? It was too much rain for this structure to handle, and it flooded them out.
Shit.
In order to get help from the authorities,
I guess that's one downgrade to having, you know, little communities and societies built like this, is heavy rainfall and shit.
Local community.
You would have to have, like, you know, certain, like, you know, water flow systems and shit like that in place, you know, for something like that to be accounted for, I guess.
In the town of Gabes. The visit came as a surprise, but help was provided. An above-ground settlement of Matmata was built. And today, most people in Matmata live off of tourism by arranging folklore expositions in their own homes for visitors to enjoy. So there's a lot of tourists that come to visit this area, apparently, and they've made little restaurants in there.
These people lived in this community.
I would absolutely love to fucking visit here. It's in Tunisia, so, I mean... Hell yeah, bro. Like, you know, take, you know, a flight to Spain, take, you know, another flight to Tunisia from there. Boom, bro. Bada bing, bada boom.
Basically.
Yeah.
Only really kind of coming to the public's attention in 1969, and then ever since then, you know, they've mostly been living off of tourist dollars, you know.
Wait, you mean 1979?
Kind of showing people, like, yeah, here's how...
Because wasn't that when the first Star Wars movie was released?
Well, it's so foreign. It's so foreign to so many people.
It's like, oh wow, people actually live like this, crazy.
Crazy, wow.
Another big driver of tourism is undoubtedly this next little chunk. Matmata also gained fame as a filming location in Star Wars.
Oh, right.
Well, yeah.
So this was a Tatooine dwelling in Star Wars. You know, Luke's whole fucking house with his aunt and uncle there and shit.
Yeah.
All of that shit.
It's such a foreign concept to most people that it is something that you could fucking be like, oh yeah, this is like how they live on this alien world, you know?
Yep. So yeah, of course, if you're not a Star Wars
Mr. Broadcast, have a good day, buds. Hey, no worries, man. You have a good one, too.
Person, soon-to-be Jedi, named of Luke Skywalker, lives with his aunt and uncle on Tatooine, which is like a desert planet. And they've got these underground structures that they live in. And this was all filmed in the Tunisian landscape. It was used by George Lucas and his crew to create the desert world. Lucas reportedly felt the area's landscape and desolate habitat felt more like an alien planet than something found here on Earth, so it was a natural fit.
Absolutely.
There's a hoax.
I mean, all in all, like, considering how, like, different and unique this, like, kind of way of living was, I mean, it totally makes sense. I mean, especially considering the, you know, universe and the quote-unquote, like, alien world that, you know, Star Wars was and shit like that. I mean, it totally makes sense, especially for a place like Tatooine.
It's been nicknamed the...
I mean, especially for a place like Tatooine, it definitely makes sense.
Star Wars Hotel fell into relative obscurity after the filming finished in 1976, but after hype around Star Wars and the popular culture really elevated it, it was revamped in 2000 for the filming of Star Wars 2, Attack of the Clones. The same sets that were used in the original were redecorated and restored.
I mean, wasn't that for the first one because of Darth Maul and all that shit, because weren't they on Tatooine?
Walker scenes.
Whoa! Somewhere around here.
This probably won't be taken down anytime soon. So
right, I mean, you're already fucking surviving off it. You're already doing tourist stuff. You know, people are already fascinated with your way of living. The fact that you have something else that you could point to that's a gigantic cultural landmark, like, yeah, this is where this scene was shot, this is where this scene was shot. You know,
so
obviously take a lot of pride in this kind of stuff.
Yeah, if you're gonna go to Tunisia anyways, you might as well see the Star Wars Tatooine sets.
It's unfortunate that...
I mean, for real. Like, honestly, at least the number one reason why I go to Tunisia is for that, for sure.
To Libya, and Libya is such a...
Yeah.
Not a place that I've, you know, kind of not a stable region right now, but I think this would be a cool thing to go see, you know what I mean?
Well, okay, I mean, I guess depending on where this area is in Tunisia, like, if it's close to Libya, then I might avoid it, just for this virtue of, like, not wanting to get kidnapped by a fucking random, like, warlord group that is in Tunisia for some reason or some shit. Like, I wouldn't want that, but, like, I mean, hell. Like, I mean, if it's nowhere near the border of Libya, then it's like, hell yeah, dude, I totally visit this place.
Were it safe. Visitors to the hotel can stay in 4 of the 5 pits, with the 5th being turned into the restaurant for the hotel.
Oh, hell yeah.
The rooms have been restored by Star Wars fan Philip Vonnie in 1995, who scratched away the limestone and drew exact designs that were found in the original film, so...
Cool.
Labor of love. Yeah, I mean, I guess he's probably made money off of it. So I'm sure, you know.
It wasn't just the torrential rains in 1969 that broke up the Berber tradition that started moving people Matmata above the ground. During the 1960s and 70s, there was also a modernization drive by their president, Habib Bourguiba. Locals suspect Bourguiba wanted to dilute Berber communities as he strove to integrate them into the Arab nation after independence from France. Of course, the Star Wars fame also likely pushed them into modernization as the tourism just exploded, you know, after that.
Makes sense.
You know, subjected to a lot more ideas and different kinds of people and stuff coming around.
Yep. Still, there are some that choose to cling to their tradition, and they rebuild and maintain these cave dwellings. There's still some embracement of modern technology amongst these families, such as utilizing solar, as we saw earlier. They had some solar around the rim to get electricity to run a TV.
That's pretty dope.
You know, and some appliances and stuff like that. Beyond tradition, makes little sense to give up something that was so good at keeping their family safe from harsh winds, sun, and heat for centuries. So, I don't know.
I mean, this looks like a perfectly comfortable fucking dwelling. I mean, as long as you don't have another fucking terrible 22 days of rain.
Right.
I mean, all in all, yeah. I mean, this type of fucking living looks like it'd be pretty legit, all in all. Like, I mean, when it comes to, like, the temperature-wise, when it comes to, you know, energy efficiency, you know, and amongst other things, like, hell yeah. I mean, this seems like a really good way of, you know, sustaining yourself when it comes to living on this type of shit.
It would probably be way cool living down there, you know what I mean? It would stay cool in the hot summer, and, you know, you got your privacy, you got your different rooms. Looks like,
I mean, the X-Files? I can't tell. No, that's not Gillian Anderson. I thought it might be. Yeah,
not to mention, I doubt they went massively in debt to have this.
Probably not.
So, I mean, kudos to them for that.
Oh, yeah.
So this next one is kind of a weirder story, I think, personally, and it's a place I've actually been, which is unique. You know, usually I do these kind of weird, but this one fits. This is the Forestier Underground Gardens in Fresno, California. And they've got a pretty interesting story behind them. They're a series of subterranean structures built by Baldassare Forestier.
Baldassare.
From Sicily, spanning about 10 acres and consisting of over 100 niches, courtyards, patios, rooms, and passageways. So, Baldassare Forestier left his Sicilian homeland in 1901 with a desire to escape his wealthy, domineering father, and a dream to forge his own way in America.
Nice.
So he traveled to New York, from New York to Los Angeles. He eventually landed in Fresno, home to some...
How that happened? Yeah, I mean, like going from Italy to New York. Okay, LA. Fresno, right?
Well, at the time, you gotta imagine, and still to this day, it's got some of the richest farmland and hottest summer weather.
I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he just, like, hitchhiked a bunch of different fucking trains all the way over there, honestly.
And so it was a, you know...
hoboing his way over there.
He wanted to do. He wanted to make it big. He wanted to be a farmer in America.
To be a farmer. Okay, that makes sense.
And so he bought up, you know, some land in the area known for being some of the richest farmland in the world, let alone in California. He was intent on growing trees and grapevines, so he purchased a parcel of land, but to his dismay, he soon found that the land was just about useless for farming, because he was duped. It's mostly hard pan with little fertile topsoil, so he just bought a bad patch of land.
Damn, some snake oil fucking, like, squandered him and maybe like, yeah, hey, this is a bunch of good land, but in reality, it was just a bunch of barren fucking wasteland, basically. Damn, dude, he got fucked.
Yeah. Luckily, you know, he was probably backed by a lot of money. As I said, his dad was a rich guy in Sicily.
Yeah.
So instead of just giving up on it and tucking his tail between his legs and going back to Sicily and going, Father, I've made a mistake. I bought hard pan in California. He decided to, you know, just kind of go with it. And so he was a self-taught architect. He didn't, you know, it wasn't...
no formal training.
No formal training at all, and he built all this himself. He changed his dreams and brought an imagined underground oasis to life. So the awfully hot and dry summers in the Central Valley probably helped too, in order to spur his quest to go underground. Forestier changed his plans and created a remarkable underground oasis that he had intended to turn into a spa for the public, but never did. It was really just his residence for his whole life.
Yeah.
Through his later building, though his later building ideas may have been affected by his very first job in America, helping to dig some of Boston's earliest subway tunnels. So he had no formal training as a builder, but he had dug tunnels before.
He knew a little something about tunnel building. So he's like, hey, you know, I'm going to take the skills I have to accomplish the task I need to do. And, you know, I'm like, honestly, it looks gorgeous. I mean,
it's really
cool. I mean, honestly, it looks like some pretty badass, like, you know, like, I would see in like some pirate dungeon or some shit or whatever the fuck. Like, it looks some really cool shit. Like, honestly. Like, I mean, this is like some legit kind of like, you know, survive, adapt, overcome type of perseverance type of story, honestly, when it comes to this guy Forrester. Like, I mean, he really, you know, kind of pushed the envelope and just said, you know what, I'm just kind of do my thing and figure it out on my own and, you know, kind of fuck out in the game plan. I'm just going to kind of go with it.
Damn hot there. The architecture is actually pretty fucking lovely, especially for someone who's, like, self-taught.
And it's a really neat place.
For sure.
It does, for sure. He patterned his underground world after the ancient catacombs, which he admired as a boy back in Sicily. Arches and passageways dominate the underground landscape, while the stonework, crafted from chunks of excavated hardpan, provides stability and beauty, as TJ said. But unlike the darkness of the old world's catacombs, Forrester designed naturally lit courtyards. The gardens, while subterranean, have many skylights and catch basins for water. The dirt that was moved to create the large structure was utilized elsewhere to fill planters, create stones placed within the catacombs, and to level out other parts of the land so you could build better on it.